Honourable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, today being the first day of the week, kindly indulge me to turn to item 3. Item 3. Can we please respectfully rise and recite the national pledge? I promise on my honor, I pledge myself to the service of Ghana with all my strength and with all my heart. I promise to hold in high esteem our heritage won for us through the blood and toil of our fathers, and I pledge myself in all things to uphold and defend the good name of Ghana. So help me God. Thank you very much. Let's now turn to item 6. Item 6, correction of votes and proceedings, and that of the official report. So we will start from votes and proceedings, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page number 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Yes, Honorable Member for Fojetu South.
Mr. Speaker, I'm exceedingly grateful to you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, page 14, item 9, presentation of papers, paragraph I, subparagraph X, the very last line, after United, delete state, insert states to read United States dollars, and consequentially on XI, the line before the line before the very last one. Thank you.
So, is it 90,390,000 United States dollars?
Okay, so simply, Mr. Speaker, the word should be United States. The word states.
Very well.
Yes.
Very well. So, table kindly acknowledge that omission. We turn to page 15. And finally, page 16. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Friday, the 17th of July 2026, is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Yes, leadership.
Mr. Speaker, we have many documents to lay even before the questions. So I want you to vary the order of business so that we can commence public business and lay items number 9A, B, C, D, and then we can go back to statements. We have the Minister for Roads here, and he can help us with laying the papers on behalf of his colleague ministers who are not here. I know Honorable Habib will say one or two things about this, but ultimately he will agree, and then we'll proceed.
My brother Habib.
Mr. Speaker, save that the majority leader did not give a clear indication, because 9A is by the majority leader himself, whether your own paper will be laid by the road minister or not. And then which ones are the road minister laying on behalf of the ministers? And where are those ministers?
Well. The application is granted. So, honorable members, come with me to page 5. Page 5, item listed 9. Presentation of papers. This therefore takes us to public business. So 9A by the majority leader.
Report on the participation of the Parliament of Ghana in the IPU Global Conference of Women Parliamentarians in Belgrade, Serbia. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Audit Service for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for the distribution to honorable members. And the II, the paper has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies for consideration and report. Are we taking the B?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The Minister for Roads will take B on behalf of the Minister for Labor, Jobs and Employment. The Minister is outside the country. On camera, I don't want to state the grounds. C, the Minister is busy preparing for the presentation of the mid-year review, I think, the day after tomorrow. In all sincerity, I haven't spoken with him, but these are agreements that if you ask for explanations, I can give you the explanations. And the Minister for Roads can also give you the explanations. Indeed, the motion itself is self-explanatory.
Very well. Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, may you do as the honors. 9B.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honorable members, the paper has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Employment, Labor Relations and Pensions for consideration and report. C. Minister.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Cocoa Marketing Company, Ghana Limited, for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Insurance Commission for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honorable members, the annual audit reports of CII have been duly presented. They are referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Now D. The Minister for Energy, yes, Honorable Minister.
Amended and restated power purchase agreement between the Electricity Company of Ghana Limited, ECG, and Amandi Energy Limited in respect of the conversion of natural gas and backup fuel, diesel fuel, oil, light crude oil into electrical energy.
Honorable members, let me take this one. Honorable members, the DI has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Energy for consideration and report.
Arrears restructuring and settlement agreement among the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, the Electricity Company of Ghana Limited, and Amandi Energy Limited, in respect of the full and final settlement of arrears amounting to $89,799,245 United States dollars under the power purchase agreement as of the cutoff dates. Amendment and restatement agreement between the Electricity Company of Ghana Limited, ECG, and Amandi Energy Limited in respect of the original power purchase agreements. Amended and restated government consent and support agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Amandi Energy Limited in respect of the provision of certain commitments for the benefit of the company. Deed of termination and assignment agreement among the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, Electricity Company of Ghana Limited, and the Amandi Energy Limited in respect of the Amandi Startup Gas Supply Agreement and transfer of outstanding gas receivables amounting to $62,835,901 United States dollars. Joint Service Agreement Termination and Interconnection Agreement among Volta River Authority, Amandi Energy Limited, and First Rand Bank Limited in respect of the termination of the Joint Service Agreement and ancillary agreements. Deed of waiver and indemnity between the Electricity Company of Ghana and Amandi Energy Limited in respect of the mutual lease and discharge of each other from certain obligations and liabilities, and waive and indemnify each other in respect of certain claims. Deed of waiver and indemnity between Ghana National Gas Limited Company and Amandi Energy Limited to waive and indemnify each other in respect of all claims, demands, and/or causes of action that may arise under the interconnection agreement and the engineering, procurement, construction, and commissioning agreements. Deed of waiver and indemnity between Ghana Grid Company Limited and Amandi Energy Limited to waive and indemnify each other in respect of certain claims under the connection agreements. Amended and restated government consent and support agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by Ministry of Finance, and Amandi Energy Limited in respect of the provision of certain commitments for the benefit of the company. Deed of waiver and indemnity between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Amandi Energy Limited in respect of mutual release and discharge each other from certain obligations and liabilities, and waive and indemnify each other in respect of certain claims.
Honourable members, the papers of DII, DIII, DIV, DV, VI, VII, VIII, IX, XXI have been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Energy for consideration. End report. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Ole E., the chairman of the committee, is here, so he will lay the reports. Itemized E, Roman numeral 1 to 6.
Yes, Honorable Emmanuel Bejura, chairman for. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I was just trying to whisper to the chairman of the committee if actually those reports are ready, because laying reports that are not ready is not good practice. So, Chairman, if you can comment on that before you move ahead to do the laying. We don't have a problem with the laying, but we just want to be sure that
Chairman,
the reports are ready.
So let's hear you. Are all the reports ready?
Chairman, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all the reports are ready. I had a meeting with my ranking and deputy ranking this morning. We've gone through, we've approved it. I've even signed, they are all here. And so we can even take it right now. If you allow us, we can vary the other paper, the standing orders, and take it right now, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Let's lay them first.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Bejura is a senior member of this House. You know that kangaroo report taking is not allowed. So if it is ready, we don't have a problem. He can go ahead and lay it.
Honorable Bejura, let's lay them first. So, honorable members, page 8, item 9E.
Report of the Committee on Energy on the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Petroleum Authority for the year ended 2024. Report of the Committee on Energy on the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Petroleum Hub Development Corporation for the year ended 2024. Report of the Committee on Energy on the Budget Performance Report in respect of the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition for the year 2025. Report of the Committee on Energy on the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Volta River Authority for the year 2024. Report of the Committee on Energy on the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana National Gas Limited Company for the year 2025. Report of the Committee on Energy on the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Grid Company Limited for the years 2024 and 2025.
Honorable members, the annual audit reports of 9EI, 9EII, 9EIII, 9EIV, 9EV, EVI have been duly presented. They are to be distributed to honorable members. Yes, leaders. Leadership, kindly indulge me to, yes, let me acknowledge our visitors at the public gallery. We have 4 sets of schools. The first school is Artificial Catholic Basic B. Artificial Catholic Basic B. They are here being led by Agatha Gansa, who is a teacher, and the school is located in the Hunter West constituency. Hunter West constituency. I'm told your number is 56. The second school is Holy Family KG, Matayiko RC Primary School. Holy Family KG, Matayiko RC Primary School. You are being led by Theodora Ulawumi, who is a teacher, and the school is located in Abrikuma Central constituency. Abrikuma Central constituency. I'm told your number is 65. The third school is Asoko Esiman MAJHS. Asoko Esiman MAJHS. Your leader is Emmanuel Osumafo, who is also a teacher, and the school is located in Shama constituency. Shama constituency. Your number, I'm told, is 114. The last but not the least is Bodumase RCJHS. Bodumase RCJHS. Your leader is Isaac Ousu Amankwa, who is also a teacher, and the school is located in the, we don't have such a Kumewu, it's located in Kumewu constituency. Kumewu constituency. And your number, I'm told, is 55. So you are all welcome. We wish you a pleasant stay in Parliament. I hope you are monitoring whatever is going on. That should urge you to go and study hard, so that tomorrow, when we are not here, you will come and take over from us. Once again, you are welcome. Yes, leaders. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw the attention of the majority leader and then the minister responsible for rules. Mr. Speaker, sometime last week, the IDA facility for about $500 million for road infrastructure, that is the Ghana Market Access and Connectivity Project. It was referred to the Finance Committee, but the leadership of the Rules Committee were not included. Mr. Speaker, I know that they are already looking at the documents, and Parliament, we are masters of our own rules, and I wanted to create your indulgence if we can add the leadership of the Rules Committee to this. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is so important, because that's why I'm saying that the road minister and the majority leader might guide me on this, because the IDA facility is purely for Ghana Market Access and Connectivity Project, which is purely rules. And for us to refer this to the Finance Committee without adding the leadership of the Rules Committee might be a problem. So, because the Road Committee, they will definitely have a broader understanding and a good information with regards to what need to be done. So, Mr. Speaker, my application here is that if we can add the leadership of the Rules Committee to this, so that we can be able to take the report when they are done. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. An application has been made to me. Minister for Rules, can you make a comment on that?
Mr. Speaker, my colleague is right. Under normal circumstances, memos like this needed to be referred to both the Road and the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, it's just the financing agreement. There's enough opportunity for us to engage further the Road Committee even before implementation. So I'll plead with the respected leader that we take note of his concern. Going forward, we would address the issues he's raised, because I'm told that the Finance Committee actually sat already. But he's very right. At least leadership of the Road Committee should have been added to the Finance Committee.
Well. So, Honorable Habib, I'm told that
Speaker,
the committee have already started consideration on it.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I am indifferent to what the road minister said. Save that if you look at the project, Mr. Speaker, with the document, they said the project comprises 4 integrated components. Number 1, rehabilitation of feeder roads. 2, road maintenance. 3, project maintenance and implementation support. It is all about roads.
Yes.
So for the fact that
Habib,
it is still not before
I'm with
us,
you.
if we can
I'm
add
with
them,
you, but
if it will not hurt, if it will hurt, let's just add them and we can take the report later on.
Honorable Habib, as much as I appreciate where you are coming from, I think this referral was made last week, and I'm told the Finance Committee have already started working on it. So next time, like the minister said, next time you look at it again and do the appropriate referral. So question time.
Yes, question time. Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
So, honorable members, we have question time. So let's turn to page 4. The first question stands in the name of a member from Nsawama Drudgery, Honorable Frank Anodompre, the Minority Chief Whip. Honorable, let him make this omnibus permission. If the owner of the question is not here, any member from the caucus can ask the question for and on his behalf. Is the omnibus application okay?
No, Mr. Speaker, let us have application being made on a case-by-case basis to just follow the rules.
The questions are answered.
Yeah, the questions are already, the answers are also advertised.
Speaker, with respect.
Yes.
Speaker, I have the permission of the honourable member to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources the question. So, if Mr. Speaker, with your permission, if I may proceed.
Yes, let's hear you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources whether some arrangements relating to the carbon credit market prevent or hamper the participation of private entities in the market, especially in the Ahafo region and its environs, and the reasons that may account for that.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Private entities are not excluded from participating in the carbon market. In fact, the carbon market framework encourages private sector involvement through voluntary carbon market projects, which allow private developers to initiate and register mitigation activities, eligibility for independent validators and verifiers, which enables private sector actors to play technical roles in project validation and monitoring, access to carbon finance, especially for nature-based solutions such as afforestation, reforestation, and sustainable land use practices. Honourable Speaker, while the framework is inclusive, several practical and structural factors may hamper private sector participation in the Ahafo region. And they are limited awareness and capacity, land tenure complexities, and high upfront costs. The Speaker, to address these challenges, the Ministry is working with the Forestry Commission and other key stakeholders to conduct capacity workshops for communities and other relevant actors, and to develop a nesting framework to streamline project development procedures within the forest sector and provide technical guidance that aligns with the carbon market procedures. And lastly, to promote community-private partnerships that allow with Ghana Red Plus strategy in the Ahafo landscape. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable John Darko, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister mentioned that private entities are not prevented from participating. So I want to find out from the minister the plans is put in place to ensure that private people also have access to the carbon market. Just like he said, what are the practical steps he's put in place for these private persons to be able to access the carbon finance market?
Honorable members, please, we have invited the minister to come and respond to our questions. Please, let's give him the audience, please.
Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. As provided in my answer, private sector is really encouraged to participate in this market. Clearly, there are challenges, and I've outlined the challenges. They include capacity building workshops that we are currently doing, and then promote community-private partnerships that align with the government programs. And we will continue to engage and clear the hurdles for private sector participation. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable John Darko.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. So, Minister mentioned the challenges. We are really interested in knowing their solutions. Mr. Speaker, as part of the solutions, he mentioned that they will engage in, they will conduct capacity building workshops for communities and other relevant actors. So I want to ask the minister, which communities has he identified for this capacity building program, at least for the next 6 months? Which communities has he identified for this capacity building? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think
You can bring
a substantive question on this.
on the list.
On the list, just the list. Because it takes time. He has to get back to the office. He has to get the agencies to compile the list for him.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader knows the rules. So I don't think he's responding to the question on behalf of the minister. The minister is well equipped enough to be able to respond. So, Mr. Speaker, you have the right to either rule out a question or otherwise. So the minister should be allowed to respond to this question.
Minister, are you minded to respond to it?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I know we have engaged a lot of communities. I'll be happy to provide a list to the member.
Thank you. So we turn to question 459. Question 459. Honorable member for Nsawa Julie. Yes, Honorable John Darko.
Speaker, under the old protocol, if I may proceed to ask the question. So I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources how much the ministry forecast to generate from the Ghana Cocoa Forest Red Plus program by the end of 2025. Mr. Speaker, this question was asked in 2025, so I'm sure the Minister by now has the answer to that.
Honorable John Darko, just ask the question. So as to whether it was asked...
Yeah, but this was 2025. Speaker, Minister, I'm not done with the question, so I don't know how you are answering. No, I'm not done. Minister, on what basis are you answering the question when I'm not done?
Minister, hold on.
I'm not done answering the question, so what are you answering, Mr. Minister?
Honorable, just ask the question, please. Don't make any reference to it. Just read the question for us.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much. So I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources how much the ministry forecast to generate from the Ghana Cocoa Forest Red Plus program by the end of the year 2025, and what plans are afoot for the expected revenue Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Respect for the Honorable Minister.
Why are you afraid of questions?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The Ghana Cocoa Forest Red Plus program, implemented under the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, FCPF, Carbon Fund, is expected to generate up to $50 million in result-based payments from 2019 to 2024. Mr. Speaker, the revenue projections under the project are based on developing 4 monitoring reports for the following periods: 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. Each report, once developed, is validated and verified by a third party selected by the World Bank. So far, Ghana has developed the first 2 monitoring reports and received payments. The details are 2019, the equivalent payment was 4 million. 2020 to 2021 was 16 million. A total of 21,758,000 has been received. Mr. Speaker, the Forestry Commission has developed and submitted the 3rd monitoring report, which is for the period 2022 to 2023, for which the validation and verification by the World Bank's appointed third party is currently ongoing. After the satisfactory validation, Ghana is due to receive up to 18 million for reducing 3,708,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Mr. Speaker, the last period for payment is based on the 2024 monitoring reports, which is yet to be prepared. Therefore, there's no revenue projections for 2025. Speaker, there are detailed breakdown that has been added to basically give more information to the honourable member. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable John Darko, do you have any supplementary question?
Yeah, Speaker, there will be no further question on this one.
Very well. So, honorable members, we turn to question 494. 494. It stands in the name of the same person, Honorable Frank Anodompre.
Thank you, Speaker. So I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources the government's comprehensive plan towards the development of the carbon credit market and the role of private entities in complementing Ghana's participation in the market.
Respect for Honorable Minister. John, can you put off your microphone? Yes, okay.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Ghana has put in place a clear and comprehensive plan to develop a credible and competitive carbon credit market. We have established a strong legal and institutional framework, including the new EPA Act 2025 Act 1124 and the Ghana Carbon Market Framework under Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement, which guides authorization, registry operations, and international trading. We have also signed bilateral agreements with Switzerland, Singapore, and Sweden to open up new market opportunities for Ghanaian mitigation activities. So, Speaker, the role of the private sector in this effort is essential. They are allowed to develop voluntary carbon projects, serve as validators and verifiers, and mobilize investment and work directly with communities. In summary, Mr. Speaker, Ghana's carbon market is open, structured, and designed to attract responsible private participation while safeguarding national interest and ensuring benefit for our farmers and our communities. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable John Darko.
Speaker.
Well. Honorable members, let's turn to question 495. From Old Tafo, Honorable Vincent Ekwasafua. Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I have the permission of the Honorable Member Vincent Ekwasafua of Old Tafo to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources the details of the Black Volta Gold project. That is the acquisition by Engineers and Planners Company Limited. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Azuma Resource Ghana Limited, Upwest Resource Limited, and Finis Resource Ghana Limited were granted mining concessions collectively referred to as the Black Volta and Sankofa Projects 5. The companies procured a loan from investors in Singapore and Australia through their parent companies, which culminated in the execution of a project acquisition and development framework agreement among the parties. By an agreement dated 23rd of September 2025, Engineers Employment Company Limited entered into an innovation agreement with IGICPTE Limited of Singapore and Azuma Resources Limited Australia. Together, they were referred to as Iberia parties to settle all outstanding obligations owed by Azuma Resources Ghana Limited under the loan agreement for a consideration of $100 million United States dollars and a further $8 million US dollars. Consequently, the Iberia parties transferred and innovated to Engineers and Planners Company Limited all their rights and interests in Azuma Resources Ghana Limited, the owner of the Black Volta and Sankofa gold projects. Upon completion of the transactions, EMP Company Limited became the controlling party in Azuma Resource Limited, following approval of a no objection request from the Minerals Commission on the 3rd of November 2025. The company further assumed all associated liabilities, including taxes, change of control obligations, and indemnified the Iberia parties against any future claims arising from the transactions. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Jerry.
Honorable Minister, I was hoping to get, as part of your answer, the current ruling, the arbitration ruling from the UK. I don't know if you have averted your mind to that as well.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Honourable Speaker, I'm not aware of any ruling. I'm aware that EMP now has controlling interest of that resource. Thank you.
Well. Yes. Yes, Honorable Jerry.
Speaker, I have no supplementary.
Well. Yes, Honorable Dominic Nitiu.
Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister whether any part of that concession is part of what we call the Bui Dam area. Thank you. The Black Volta enclave, is there any part of it that is part of the Bui Dam area? Yes.
Not that I know of.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me rephrase the question my colleague asked. I have two questions.
What?
No.
You are reframing your question.
Yeah, I'm asking a question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Honorable Minister whether there is any international ruling on this case. Or I'm asking you whether there's any international ruling on this case and what is the implication for the agreement as it stands today. What is the implication for the agreement as it stands today?
Yes.
Our rules are clear that you cannot ask for a legal opinion. The question, no. When you say what is the implication, you're asking for an opinion. You're asking for an opinion. The question whether he knew about the legal issues and the ruling was asked, and he answered that he's not aware.
Yes.
Now you are asking him again whether he knows and what is the implication. That's a legal opinion you're asking him.
Well. Yes. Minister, I'll give you
Mr. Speaker, I have another question, but the majority leader is trying to protect the minister because I saw the minister trying to go and answer the question. But Mr. Minister, the reason I asked this question is very, very simple. You are the one protecting him.
Honorable Dominic.
He was trying to protect him.
Honorable Dominic, if you're asking the question, I will give you the platform. But
Mr. Speaker,
Yusuf, Honorable Yusuf, Yes, Minister, let me hear you.
The rules are that I have the opportunity to ask 2 questions. And the Speaker asks, Mr. Speaker, you gave the Minister the opportunity to answer the question.
So
I still want the Minister to answer my question. He can choose not to answer it.
Honorable Dominic.
You asked him to answer the question.
Honorable Dominic, that question is overruled. That question is
So if it's overruled, I understand. The people of Ghana are watching us. So if it's overruled, I understand. If the Minister does not want to answer, I understand.
You
but Minister,
vote.
there is a ruling and there are implications, so take note.
Yes. So is Honorable Zenato here? Yes, Honorable Frank. You may ask the
Thank you
question.
so much.
On question 740.
Yes, Speaker, I've been authorized by the member.
Yes, let's hear you.
Thank you so much. To ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, who owns the Efwa Sedland Children's Park. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. A search at the Lands Commission indicates that the site covering approximately 63 acres situated in Accra is covered by a certificate of... Please.
Mr. Speaker, when we started the question time, the majority leader said you should follow the rules. The member who asked the question, that question doesn't stand in his name, and he did not make any application to seek your leave or have an authorization.
Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, he cannot ask that question.
Yes.
He cannot ask that question. That is not his question. He cannot ask that question. Mr. Speaker, he cannot ask the question. The question is not in your name, and you cannot ask that question without authorization. Is that your question?
Let me see the seat to the Right Honorable Speaker. I think he has a special assignment to do. So the question will continue. So, Honorable Frank Ajay, you may ask the question again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. I have done that earlier. To ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, who owns the Efwa Sedland Children's Park. Thank you.
Honourable Speaker, a search at the Lands Commission indicates that the site covering approximately 63 acres situated at Accra is covered by a certificate of allocation dated 13 November 1959 to the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Works and Housing, Horticultural Division, as sites for public parks and children playgrounds. Therefore, the land belongs to the state. Thank you.
Honourable members, may we suspend question time? We have some urgent business to transact, and then after that, we can come back to questions. Honourable members, we will move to item 8 on the order paper. Statements. I want us to make one particular statement because there are some compelling reasons we can't do anything about. We have a statement in the name of Abdul Fattah Al-Hassan, whose statement is on the demise of the Royal Majesty Yana Abukari Mahama II. I'll give him the permission, and after that, depending on the guidance of leadership, we'll allow a few of you to make comments, because the delegation will have to catch up the flights to get back to Tamale this afternoon. So members should understand the situation. Please, if the honorable member is available, you may kindly make the statement now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Statement by Honorable Abdul Fattah Al-Hassan on the demise of His Royal Majesty Yana Abukari Muhammad II. Mr. Speaker, it is with profound grief and a deep sense of loss that I rise today to pay tribute to a remarkable traditional ruler, a peacemaker, a statesman, and a father to the people of Dagbon, His Royal Majesty Yana Abukari Muhammad II, the overlord of the Dagbon Kingdom, who departed this life on the 11th of July, 2026. Mr. Speaker, the passing of Yana Abukari Muhammad II is not merely the loss of a traditional ruler. It is the passing of a symbol of reconciliation, resilience, and hope, whose reign ushered in a new era of peace after one of the most painful chapters in the history of the Dagbon Kingdom. Born in Myong in 1939, Yana Abukari Muhammad II was the second child of Yana Muhammad II and Queen Aishatu of Kulungpiao. Long before he ascended the revered skin of Dagbon, he lived a life rooted in the values of hard work and humility. He was a farmer who plowed his fields with bullocks under the scorching northern sun, tended cattle, and rode horses through Savelugu like many chiefs entrusted with the responsibility of caring for their people. His life exemplified the dignity of labor, and his simplicity endeared him to all who knew him. Mr. Speaker, history thrust him into national prominence at a defining moment for Dagbon and for Ghana. Following the tragic events of March 2002, the kingdom entered a prolonged period of uncertainty. For nearly 17 years, the revered skin of Yendi remained vacant. Funeral rites could not be performed, no successor could be installed, and the wounds of division between the Abudu and the Andani royal gates weighed heavily on the conscience of our nation. Many feared that peace would remain elusive. Yet, through the collective efforts of eminent chiefs, statesmen, the Committee of Eminent Chiefs, successive governments, and the people of Dagbon, a pathway to reconciliation emerged. When the kingmakers consulted the oracle in January 2019, 4 eminent princes were considered for the highest traditional office. Divine providence and tradition settled on Abukari Muhammad, then paramount chief of Savelugu. His enskinment, held from 25th to 27th of January 2019, was far more than the installation of a king. It represented the rebirth of Dagbon, the restoration of legitimate traditional authority, and the triumph of peace over conflict. The presence of the President of the Republic at the time, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, alongside distinguished traditional rulers and national leaders, underscored the significance of that historic occasion. Mr. Speaker, the late Yana Abukari Muhammad inherited not merely a throne, but a kingdom burdened by years of grief and mistrust. With remarkable wisdom, patience, humility, and quiet strength, he devoted his reign to healing old wounds and rebuilding confidence among his people. He became a father to both royal gates and a unifying figure whose authority transcended factional lines. His reign witnessed renewed stability in Dagbon, strengthened traditional institutions, and enhanced collaboration with government and development partners in advancing education, healthcare, agriculture, youth empowerment, and social cohesion. He consistently reminded his people that peace was indispensable for development and that unity remained Dagbong's greatest strength. The construction of the new Bewa Palace was his fundamental vision. His role extended far beyond being the occupant of the palace to an advocate of the project. Mr. Speaker, on the 16th of February 2025, he paid a historic visit to the Yagbon Wura, B. Kunotu Jawusole I at the Jakpa Palace in Damongu. This was a reciprocal visit following the Yagbon Wura's unprecedented visit to the Bewa Palace in Yendi in June 2024, the first of its kind. These visits further strengthened the long-existing relationships between the two kingdoms. His exemplary leadership earned national recognition. In November 2025, the University for Development Studies conferred upon him a honorary doctorate in recognition of his immense contribution to peace building, traditional governance, and national development. It was a fitting acknowledgement of a leader whose greatest achievement was restoring hope where despair had long prevailed. Mr. Speaker, for a man who spent much of his life farming the land and serving his people with humility, Yana Abukari Muhammad II did not simply inherit a throne. He inherited a wounded kingdom and dedicated his reign to healing it. That enduring legacy will forever define his place in the history of Dagbon and Ghana. Today, as we mourn his passing, we also celebrate a life of exceptional service, wisdom, sacrifice, and unwavering commitment to peace. His death marks the end of a reign that transformed one of Ghana's most enduring traditional conflicts into a compelling story of reconciliation and renewal. On behalf of the good people of the Yendi constituency, I extend my deepest condolences to the royal family, the Dagbon Traditional Council, the chiefs, and the people of Dagbon and the entire nation. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully urge this honorable House to honor the memory of His Royal Majesty Yana Abukari Muhammad II by reaffirming our collective commitment to preserving the peace, unity, and stability that he worked tirelessly to consolidate. There can be no greater tribute to his memory than ensuring that the harmony he restored remains the enduring inheritance of future generations. May the Almighty Allah forgive his shortcomings, reward his lifetime of service, grant him Jannatul Firdaus, and comfort the entire Dagbon Kingdom in this difficult moment. May the soul of His Royal Majesty Yana Abukari Muhammad II rest in perfect peace. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, before I permit comments to be made on the statement, may I, with your kind permission, acknowledge the presence of a high-powered delegation of the Bewa Palace and the Northern Regional House of Chiefs. They are present with us here, and they can be seen visibly at the gallery to my right. We have them pay a visit to me and your leaders and to formally inform us of the transition of His Majesty to glory. So please, on your behalf, I warmly welcome them to the House, even though they are today carriers of sad news. We will encourage them to find more time to come to us, but we'll do exactly what they have requested. And I'll now invite two from each side of the House, one from the back and one from the front. So leaders will decide which member from the back will speak for and on behalf of the caucuses. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I understand we have some constraints of time. We want our revered chiefs who are in the chamber with us Mr. Speaker, I understand the constraints of time, but given the personality whose tribute has been read, there appears to be a lot of pressure and demand for many to be given the opportunity to comment. So I propose, Mr. Speaker, that you lead in the, you are not supposed to participate in debate, but after commenting on a statement, traditionally Speaker has commented, so that our revered chiefs will observe the process, then we can start the commentary, and in 20 minutes time, because they have to catch a flight, they can leave, so that we can continue the comments, because our people across the country are watching us on television live, and so we can continue commenting even in their absence. I think that will provide a lot of opportunities for many of our colleagues to comment.
Honorable members, look, time is not a friend. You are all traditional people. After the old man has taken the bath, there will be no water left for any person in the household. So if you give me the opportunity and I speak, that is final. Nobody can make any comment. So please, I'll take guidance from what you said, and I'll say allow one from each side of the caucuses 5 minutes each, and leaders 5 minutes each. I recognize the Minister of Education. I have sent word to him. Being one of the senior members here, and also coming from Dagbon, he's my son. I'll allow him to make the statement on behalf of the majority side. And then on the minority side, I saw Honorable Habib stand up. I don't know whether you want to be the one or somebody else.
Mr. Speaker, if your guidance is one from our side and leadership, then the Member of Parliament for Gushegu will comment, and then I will conclude, and we can give opportunity to others after the chiefs take leave of us.
I say after that, there is no water, no water. So you will not make any comment after that, not at the back of the chiefs. That will not be done. I am going to allow the member for Bunkrugu to make the statement for on behalf of the minority. And after that, we are moving on to other businesses. Bunkrugu. I was told Bunkrugu. Gushegu. Okay, we take Gushegu. Please, may I listen to the Minister for Education?
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, also thank you profoundly for receiving the delegation of chiefs from the Dagbang Kingdom led by Nantona Muhammadu V, together with other traditional rulers across Dagbang, who formally came to inform Excellency President John Dramani Mahama and your good self about the passing of Ndanyana Abukari Mahama II, which event, Mr. Speaker, happened. And Mr. Speaker, Yana Abukari II will go down in history as one of the great rulers of Dagbang. He was a very wise like Nazanjina, and a very patient one, and was very consultative with persons with whom he administers the state of Dagbang. And Mr. Speaker, my tribute will be a short one. Let the passing of Yana Abukari Mahama Nagarba unite Dagbang, and let it be an opportunity for the restoration of an enduring legacy of a roadmap, of a rotation of the succeeding Gates kings between Abudus and Andani, work to perfection. So, Mr. Speaker, I know the role you played in the 2002 era and the period. And Mr. Speaker, I should also acknowledge the forthrightness of Otumfuo Asantehene when he guided the roadmap, which eventually led to President Akufo-Addo and his government, continuing from President Mahama initiative of the three-member Dagbang Mediating Committee, which culminated in the installation of Yana Abukari II as the king of the Dagbang state. Mr. Speaker, Yana was 88 years, but there were many who saw him as a 60-year-old king because of the way he related to the common man. Mr. Speaker, Abukari did not like to delay matters which were brought before him for implementation. And one thing we remember Abukari II is that he had a retentive memory, and he remembered and narrated to the young men in the palace his skills in horse riding, and indicated that he was the best jockey in horse riding in Yendi in his youthful days. Mr. Speaker, as we mourn his passing, I should also recognize the role Excellency John Dramani Mahama played. He took this matter very, very personal. When he was informed by Lawyer Ibrahim Mahama through me that Diana had been taken ill, President requested me to forward to him the first page of his biodata of his passport. Mr. Speaker, we encountered some difficulty momentarily because Pisholana, in whose possession the Yana's passport was not immediately available. I should acknowledge what the foreign minister did. He was accorded diplomatic status and flown and medically evacuated for critical medical care and attention. Mr. Speaker, Nazang Bangadana, I'm sure his amount, had to be sent to visit Yana and to give him support as a medical doctor. Mr. Speaker, I should also acknowledge the role our High Commissioner in South Africa played, particularly when things got worse and we had to repatriate his mortal remains for burial in accordance with Dagbang custom and Dagbang tradition. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude with a personal story which should define how Abudus and Andanis should coexist and why I think that the roadmap must work and it should work. And Mr. Speaker, many will be surprised. My grandfather's grave, Warbalana Abukara Bosu, is in the home of Honorable Tampule, Alimanyile in Yendi. And therefore, when I go to Yendi, culturally and traditionally, if I have white milk, I'll visit his home. Yet we may be divided politically. He sits to your left, I sit to your right. That is what it should be. So, Mr. Speaker, I end with a story. The Warbaw skin became vacant, and I went in, my junior father had occupied.
Well, this is automated. It's not from Speaker. And so please, it means that I have to direct the technical people to reset it. And then you want 1 minute? 1 minute. 1 minute, okay.
Mr. Speaker, I'll end with it. So I went asking for the vacant Warbago skin from Yana and then Yakubu. My relationship was very personal. I didn't get to win, and he gave Warbao to a different person. Then Jimli became vacant. Not Jimli, I'll get the name of the town, just around Jimli area, also became vacant. Tijo. And when, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't successful again. The next time I went and greeted him, I wasn't wearing a smiling face. So Yana Abukari looked at me and said, Mba Pradna, Bulaka Abona Ukawinyaka Jarasule. How many times have you come to ask for a skin, and just 2-3 times you are wearing an unhappy face? Nabuarbe Jarasule. That if you are somebody seeking the good of the skin, and the skin
Honorable members, as we usually say, the rest is history. Yes, please, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would have gladly yielded part of my time to my senior brother, whose senior brother is also in the public gallery, the chief of Lamashegu. Mr. Speaker, a lot will be said after here, so we can just put some small matters on record. Mr. Speaker, the late Yana Abukari II used to insist, anytime I visited him, that he was not my grandfather. I was not one of his grandchildren, I was his son. Anytime that I go to him, he can refer to everybody as his grandson, but I was his son. I didn't understand. So I had to go to my father to find out exactly what coded message His Majesty was giving to me. And I got to understand that prior to his father becoming the Yana in 1938, now Muhammad Kema became the Yana in 1938, he was the chief before, I believe, in Tampiang, which is close to my village where my grandfather used to be the chief of Limo. They had some relationship in there. And so the history, continued to build for himself. Mr. Speaker, prior to becoming the Yana, especially in the heated moment when the funeral of Yana Muhammadu Abdullah was performed, and we were preparing to do the funeral of Yana Yakubu Andani II, there was a little confusion about a certain building called the Duyili, which was one of the places that you needed to go to before the funeral can be performed. There was an insistence that if the house is not vacated, the funeral will not be performed. Mr. Speaker, it was a serious stalemate at the time. Yana, the late Yana, was at his place in Yendi. Midnight, myself and the former Minister for Finance and MP for Karaga paid him a visit. And Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because we were intimately involved in the entire process right from the beginning to the end. So, Speaker, we went to him to find out from him as the head of family, what is this about the Doyeli that without the yielding of that palace, the funeral cannot be performed? They said, my son, the funeral can be performed even with the current situation. So go ahead and push for the funeral to be performed. Mr. Speaker, we went to the coroner's palace, we were chased. We had to leave Yendi in helicopters and then run, through the forest to be able to leave Yendi. It was a heated moment, but that wise counsel that he gave to us at that moment was what we conveyed to the National Security Minister at the time, the CID, the BNI, and all of that, before the final processes were consummated and eventually as they say, the rest is history. Mr. Speaker, one legacy or three legacies that we have to leave in memory of Ndanyana Abukari II is one, for us to complete the palace the way it is. Secondly, to consummate the process of the amendment or review of the Dagbon Constitution of 1930. And number three, to also ensure that we'll have a very smooth transition from his time to the next Yana, so that we can consummate the unity and peace within Dagbon State. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a passionate appeal that in memory of Ndanyana Abukari II, we named the Tamale Teaching Hospital, TTH, after him. Mr. Speaker, he's been Yana for just 7 years, but it's as if he has been Yana for close to 40 years. The impact is incalculable. Mr. Speaker, to remind future generations what the Yana stood for, we need to do something like this for him. We need to pay compliments to His Excellency President John Ajay Kumkukvo, who set up the Council of Eminent Chiefs. We pay tributes to His Excellency Jonathan Mills, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo, and Mr. Speaker, and the role that have been played by the eminent chiefs, the King of Mampurugu, the King of Gonja, and His Majesty Otunfo Osei-Tutu II. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, as I stated, they have to catch the plane. So please, leaders, be really apt. 5 minutes, you'll be timed off.
So, Mr. Speaker, if you may indulge me, I will just partially on order 63, so that I could speak Dagbani. I will give the bit of the interpretation on what I will say for Hansard to follow. Mr. Speaker, Dagban, we have lost a king. Ka na onyala na so ngunkane karshe so kam. Panya binya ninkurugu. De nyala ben shadan she so kam zaha. Kat zaha so na woni zomo na mvo akazo ngo pae malaika sumazo. Alle ndan ya na ndra biane. O kandina konko nyala nangban yin kandina ko kana. Katle nkani kalan kan saha shale den tunu te zangla la ben man tu'i ka gbab tab vin yalanga kama alle onda biane o biagu kam o ramila nam darza on kumal shilyina ayan bangmene nawo na wonin shirzon otiti balentiti otiyen di dare ka bangne naso ngun yina ngo na wonne titi naso ngo nyala naso ngun mala barka dozo de tourne Dagbang kama lawyer Haruna mene honorable Tampul ni yelma tenya nang sham ko so palganya katazan nang banyinga bob taba social din da dole ne rin tourne bu basham katato nya yana te dole kasu do biane kan nang banyinga biane katete pi yana zar karnya yana so te zahani lang degi karka adjana akpale. Mr. Speaker, to wait, I'm just saying that re-echoing what the minister responsible for education and the member of parliament for Gushegu said, that the only thing we can leave behind for our Yana is unity. The roadmap that was agreed upon in getting a new Yana should be duly followed, so that at the end of the day, Ghanaians are watching the people of Dagbon, that we will get a Yana who will be accepted by all, a Yana who will be respected by all. The coming of our Yana for his installation after so many years of not having a Yana after 2002 incident was for unity and was for peace. And for that matter, I won't say much. I am from Tolong, a warrior of Dagbon, the chief warrior of Dagbon. I know my chief was very peaceful because there was never an occasion that he would call upon me that I should prepare that there is war, because he has his ways and means in which he resolves conflicts and resolves issues among people. So, Mr. Speaker, without much, I thank our chiefs. Na yabe nanton na yabe ku'na, na dachi nanton na bapre sa'nar na bezaha na dachi nyankpal lana. Mami, nyankpal Nyankpala is one of the paramountcy among in my constituency, and he's among the chiefs that are visited. He has been very instrumental, and he's a peacemaker in the constituency. So, Mr. Speaker, without much, I thank our chiefs for making time. Yesterday, I was with them when they visited the flag bearer and the next president, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia, and I wish them a safe journey. Thank you.
Honorable members, please, I just indulge him because of the situation. If not, Rule 63(1) says that the proceedings of Parliament shall ordinarily be conducted in English, except that a member may exercise the option to address the House in a local language if facilities exist in the House for interpretation by the member or for contemporaneous interpretation. I indulge him because what he said in Dagbale is not what he translated in English. And so, please, I don't want members to take advantage of this and also repeat the abuse of the rule. Now, Majority Leader, you may have your say.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield to Honorable Yusuf. I want on my side the Gomba Gonja to pay tribute. So Yusuf will speak on behalf. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, let me thank you for this opportunity. And let me also thank my brother for making this tribute. This is a time that we need to mourn, a time that we need to remember the contribution of our late king, the king of Dagbon, Ndayana Abubakar II. Several years after the death of a man, you will be remembered for the legacy that you have left behind. Our king was not just a king, but he was a pious Muslim. And so I say, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un, from whom we have come, and to him we shall all return. And so we are not surprised when the good Lord invited him. He's gone home, and we believe that he's resting in the bosom of his Lord because he has lived a life worth emulating. What are we going to remember about him? Right Honorable Speaker, our dad, our father, our king was known to be a very peaceful leader, and his peaceful nature went beyond Dagbon. Indeed, in June this year, the overlord of the Gonja Traditional Council sent a word to him, asking that he should give him the opportunity to visit him. Indeed, within 1 week, he responded and created that opportunity for the two overlords to meet. Indeed, it had never happened. And so this is a legacy that he has left behind that I think that the kingdom of Dagbon and the kingdom of Gonja should be able to continue with this very important relationship that he has created for us. Mr. Speaker, he was a development-oriented leader. Indeed, myself and my minister went to him, and it was all about how to develop his kingdom. It was all about how to bring about job creation in his kingdom. And that, for me, really touched my heart. This was a king who was not talking about his selfish interests, but he was talking about the welfare of his people. And this is what all other chiefs and kings are supposed to emulate from this very important personality that we're talking about today. Mr. Speaker, go and see the palace that he's building, and you marveled. And this is a leader that Gabon should be proud of. And the only way we can be proud of him is when we continue with the good things that he has started. His peaceful nature, we should go with it. The projects that he has started, we should be able to complete them, and then he can rest very well and say to us that where he started, we have helped him in ending very, very well. Mr. Speaker, our king was also somebody who was not vindictive. He was somebody that could forgive. And when the Minister of Education was talking, he alluded to the fact that even when he went there with a very, as it were, unpleasant face, he didn't continue with also becoming annoying with him. What he did was to correct him and to say that, look, if you are seeking for something, you always have to wear a shining face. Indeed, our king will be remembered. And at this point, we want to call on all Ghanaians to join hands with us to mourn him and give him the respect that he deserves. I thank you for your ears. God bless you.
Honorable members, the transition of His Royal Majesty Diana from mortality to eternity is a national loss. And so I want to plead with you for us to observe a minute's silence in memory of his departure. One minute silence, please. Honorable members, may his gentle, peaceful soul and the souls of all the faithful departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. I will, on your behalf, extend our deepest condolences to the royal family, the Dagbon Traditional Council, the chiefs and people of Dagbon, and the entire nation. I have taken note of the concerns raised by members and will get a date to celebrate and commemorate his departure. This is to give the House the opportunity to have on record so that future generations will not be dependent on oral tradition. It will be on record in the official reports of the House as to who he was, the journey he traveled, the legacy he left, and a bit about one of the most enduring and longest kingdoms in our country, the Dagbon Kingdom, which is part of the Mule, Mamprugu, Dagbon, Nanum ethnic group. So, honorable members, I thank you for your indulgence, and on your behalf, I will permit the high-level delegation to depart to catch their flight to Tamale. Please, you have your traveling mercies. We now move on to continue with the questions, and the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources was on board. And so we'll now give the permission for the supplementary questions to be asked. May I invite the person who asked the original question if he had any supplementary? Yes, you have.
Thank you, Speaker. The answers have been so satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Then we'll proceed to the next question. And that question stands in the name of the same person. Is it Honourable Dr. Zenator Ajiman Rawlings? So you are asking the questions on her behalf.
Yes, please, Speaker. I have her authority.
You may go on.
Thank you, Speaker. To ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, who owns the lands at the CMB Abuja Market. Thank you.
What did you say? Abuja Market?
Yes, please, Speaker.
Abuja Market.
CMB Abuja Market. CMB stroke Abuja Market. Thank you.
Do you know the meaning of Abuja?
Speaker, not as much as you do.
Abuja means Abu, red. Yes, the name Abu, red. Abu, red. That's the meaning of Abuja. You've been calling people red, red, red. Yes, the man who started the city now called Abuja was called Abu, and he was red. So Abu red, that's Abuja. I've earned it. So when I'm on retirement, you will continue to pay me. Yes, so Minister, you may answer the question.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, the site is covered by a certificate of title numbered 1830, dated 28 March 1913, for railway station. The land therefore belongs to the Ghana Railway Company. Thank you.
Any supplementary question?
No, Speaker, except to thank the Minister.
Thank you so much. We now move to question number 741. Stands in the name of Honourable Akwasi Kunedu, the Member of Parliament for Manshia North. Honourable Member, you may do so now.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what immediate steps and decisive measures the Ministry is taking to stop Metropolitan Municipal and District Assemblies from issuing permits, receipts, and authorizations for the operation of excavators, chamfine, and other mining equipment in mining districts, which has become a major conduit for illegal mining activities, environmental destruction, and pollution of our major river bodies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The Ministry has not received any formal report of MMDAs issuing permits, receipts, and authorization for the operation of excavators, chamfans, other mining equipment in mining districts. However, Mr. Speaker, a person intending to use earth-moving equipment or mining equipment for a mineral operation must first register with the Minerals Commission as a mine support service provider to a holder of a mining right in accordance with Regulation 1 of the Minerals and Mining Support Service Regulation LI 2174. In addition, Regulation 3 of the Mineral Mining Regulation, Mineral Operation Tracking of Earth Moving and Mining Equipment LI 2404 requires that such equipment be registered with the Minerals Commission and that the requisite mining permit be obtained before the equipment is operated. Also, Regulation 8 of the Minerals and Mining Health, Safety and Technical Regulations, LI 2182, requires a holder of a mining lease to obtain a mining operating permit from the Inspectorate Division of the Minerals Commission. It is only after satisfying these requirements that a person has a legal basis to operate such equipment within the mining sector. Any person who operates such equipment without the requisite permit commits an offense under Section 99(7) and 99(8) of the Minerals and Mining Act, Act 703, as amended under Act 995/2019. To this end, the Minerals Commission, working with other agencies, continues to enforce these regulations and requirements and engage MMDAs to ensure that permits, receipts, and authorizations relating to mining operations and equipment are not issued to any company before the Commission grants the requisite permit. This measure is intended to strengthen regulatory oversight and prevent the unauthorized use of mining equipment. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. Just one, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister says they have not received any formal report. But however, Mr. Speaker, on the 2nd of March 2026, the spokesperson for the ministry, speaking to Joy FM of a documentary that they aired as Tax for Galamsey, said this as the spokesperson for the ministry, that investigation into this documentary and the evidence provided is near completion. So, Mr. Speaker, it comes to me as a surprise that the spokesperson of the ministry, as at March, will say that investigation into that is near completion, and today in July, we are being told they've not received any. But however, on the 11th of November 2025, Mr. Speaker, also in the Upper West Dincha municipality, there were evidence of stickers on tractors, champagnes, and the rest that has been issued by the Assembly. So will the minister be candid enough to tell us that investigation, if not, he has not received, but only heard, go into these matters and the evidence that's provided to him, so that at least we can have a finality to that?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Any violations of these regulations that I've laid out are very serious offenses, and I will be the first to take the necessary action. I'll be happy to get whatever information the honourable member have, footages and statements, and I have my team who will follow up and make sure the right things are done. I thank you.
Yes, honourable member, any further supplementary?
No, Mr. Speaker, but I will yield the information to him as he has requested, so that we can have these matters resolved.
We are extremely grateful. Honourable members, let's take the next question. And the question is question 742, stands in the name of Honourable Apostle Daniel Keshi Besi, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Sege. Please, Honourable Member, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what stance the government is taking on the ongoing dispute between Electrochem Ghana Limited and the residents of Sege constituency on the Songo Lagoon.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. To promote dialogue, the government through the Minerals Commission is continuously engaging key stakeholders, including the District Assembly, traditional authorities, opinion leaders, and reps of the Sege constituency regarding activities of the Adasago Lagoon, and will continue to do so.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I want to further find out from the Minister how soon will these engagements be?
Honourable Speaker, I can assure the Honourable Member, as a very key stakeholder, I'll be happy to engage him and then facilitate an engagement to bring about a peaceful coexistence among the community and the company.
Honourable Member, I thought the Minister says the engagement was continuing. And I recall a committee of this House also had the opportunity to inquire into this matter. A report was submitted in this House, and I directed a number of committees to follow up on the matter continuously. And so I'm surprised that you are limiting it now to the minister. I think it is this parliament, this 9th parliament, or was it the 8th? The 8th parliament. And so maybe that is why the 8th parliament, it came here for dilation, and I directed a number of committees of the House to continuously engage the communities in this matter because of the importance, the national importance of the matter you've raised. But please, if there's the need for us to revisit the subject matter, you are encouraged to bring up any of our instruments for us to engage again, and I can renew the directive because this is a very important national issue. But you may continue with your supplementary questions, and then later on consider my advice. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I think at this point I will yield to your advice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, the last question is from the Honorable Member for Tatale Sanguli constituency, Honorable Intebe Awu William. That's question 804. Honorable Member, you may do so now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Land and Natural Resources the plans the ministry has for the iron ore deposit at Sini in the Tatale Sanguli district.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The Shini iron ore deposit is widely recognized as the largest known iron ore deposit in Ghana and one of the most significant iron ore resources in West Africa. Historical exploration and subsequent technical studies have confirmed substantial magnetic resources, positioning the deposit as a strategic asset for the development of an integrated iron and steel industry in Ghana. The government is going through processes to identify prospective investors to develop the mine. The development of the Shini iron ore deposit remains a key national priority and is expected to play a pivotal role in supporting Ghana's iron and steel industry, creating employment opportunities, stimulating infrastructure development, and contributing to economic growth. And we will continue as a ministry to pursue this. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I want to know from the Minister, there are two contractors there working since 2011. But can the Minister brief us on their project?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Before this question, I had engaged the Minerals Commission and GISDEC on the performances of these companies you've mentioned. And we are currently evaluating their performance to try to make sure we take decisive decisions to get the right people in these places. I thank you.
Actually, I got lost because I don't know where contractors came in into this matter. The question did not talk about contractors. The answer never mentioned contractors. Now, you talked about two contractors being on the site. So, you see, I didn't invite the minister, but he just came and offered some information.
He meant a leaseholder in that area.
Leaseholder?
He was a leaseholder, it's not a contractor. and was talking about how long they've been there and whether or not they performed. And I was trying to say that we are evaluating that and we'll deal with this.
Yes, even that there is no link, because we should have given some foundation about a lease being granted to somebody and they are on site, whether he's aware, and if so, what is the progress of work. Anyway, you have your last opportunity if you want to give another supplementary question. Yes, Honorable Member.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker. And the contracting is Cathedral Resources and Imaland Resources. But were they exploring or they were mining? We don't know what they're doing. Can the minister brief us of their papers over there?
May you repeat your supplementary question again?
There are two contractors over there. I don't know whether they were exploring or they were mining. So can the minister brief us and we know whether they were mining or they were doing the exploration work?
You see, that's why initially I raised the issue. There's vast difference between contractor and a leaseholder. There's vast difference between a contractor on site and then a leaseholder. And so the question and the answer, the original question and the answer, one cannot decipher any connection to a contractor and a leaseholder. But if the minister, you have any information with regard to what he's talking about, please, you may share with us.
But my earlier answer was that we are assessing the leaseholder who had a prospecting license, and we are going to really make a decision on whether they continue. Those exploration licenses that were given. And so as I said, we are going to assess how many years they've been there and their performance, and a decision will be made on this area so that we can get the right people to do the exploration so that we can really assess the benefits. Thank you.
Honorable members, with this, we've come to the end of question time, and we'll move on to the next item. But before we do so, I have a very important statement to make. I'll just read it now, take the next item, and I'll be calling on the second Deputy Speaker to take over from me. With this, with your kind permission, I will discharge the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. We are extremely grateful for your attendance and the answers you've offered. Thank you so much for coming. Honorable members, this statement is on the directive on the use of police resources, police escort services, and the installation and use of sirens on vehicles. Honorable members, kindly indulge me to make a brief statement on a matter concerning the responsible use of state security resources and compliance with the law. The Office of the Speaker has received a communication from the Honorable Minister for the Interior conveying a directive on the use of police resources, particularly police escort services, and the installation and use of sirens on vehicles. The communication requests that the directive be brought to the attention of honorable members of parliament and the parliamentary service. Honorable members, according to the communication, Cabinet, in compliance with existing law, has requested, among other things, that no person shall install or use a siren on any official or private vehicle without the prior written authorization of the minister responsible for the interior. Similarly, no person is to utilize police resources, particularly police escort services, without the requisite written authorization of the Minister for the Interior or the Inspector General of Police acting on behalf of the Minister. The communication further indicates that the Ghana Police Service has been directed to enforce the directive, including the removal and seizure of unauthorized sirens, the discontinuance of unauthorized police escort services, and the institution of appropriate legal action where necessary. Honorable members, the efficient, accountable, and lawful utilization of public resources is a matter of legitimate national interest. The Ghana Police Service performs officially critical constitutional functions relating to the maintenance of law and order, the protection of life and property, and the preservation of public safety. Its personnel and resources are national assets, which must be deployed judiciously, equitably, and strictly in accordance with law. Similarly, the indiscriminate installation and use of sirens undermines road safety, weakens public confidence in lawful authority, and diminishes the effectiveness of emergency and security services whose operations genuinely require priority access. Parliament has consistently enacted legislation intended to promote accountability, transparency, and the prudent management of public resources. As lawmakers and representatives of the people, we bear an even greater obligation to demonstrate fidelity to the laws that we enact, and to uphold the highest standards of public conduct. Accordingly, I encourage all members to take note of the contents of the directive and to ensure that in the use of police resources, police escort services, and sirens, members act at all times in accordance with the Constitution, the laws of Ghana, and all lawful administrative requirements. I encourage honorable members who may require clarification regarding the application of the directive in particular circumstances to seek the appropriate guidance through the established institutional channels for compliance in accordance with law. Honorable members, the Office of the Speaker will continue to engage constructively with the Executive, the Ghana Police Service, and all relevant state institutions on matters affecting security operations, the privileges of members of Parliament, and the independence of Parliament, always with a view to strengthening our democratic institutions and advancing the public interest. I thank you all for your attention. Please, Second Deputy Speaker, to take the chair. But we may now proceed to the statements that are itemized on the order paper, unless otherwise requested by the leadership. We'll go to item 8, statements 8, Roman 1. A statement standing in the name of Honorable Dr. Stephen Amwa, the Member of Parliament for Nshiaso. Please, Honorable Member, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I am extremely thankful to you for according me this illustrious opportunity to present a statement on the need to basically shift from a free market economy to a mixed market economy as a sovereign country. The call for this new paradigm shift has been necessitated generally by decades of high cost of living and low standard of living, which have been holding up the expected utility and satisfaction of the citizenry. Indeed, the aforementioned factors have been tempering expectations of an immediate economic turnaround. There are many fundamental anomalies and strategic policy drift that need to be reviewed. One of such is the free market economic system in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, there are three categories of market economy. These are controlled market economy, free market economy, and mixed market economy. I would like to throw light on each of them, Mr. Speaker. In a controlled market economy, products availability, distribution, and pricing are at the discretion of the government. Basically, absolute controlled market economy has become an obsolete economic policy, especially among the first-class developed and democratic economies. It opposes free market economy, and restricts private sector integration in such financial economic transactions. Mr. Speaker, opposite to the controlled market economy is a free market economy. Here, production of goods and services are determined dynamically by the market forces, that is supply and demand, without any state interventions. Prices are determined by the private sectors in the ecosystem precisely between sellers or producers and buyers or final consumers. Pricing mechanism, as well as means of production, resources, and supply chains are exclusively owned and controlled by the private sector. The fundamental role of the state is almost completely restricted. Its good side includes entrenchment of the individual's right to determine and own property, which in itself is good. However, there are so many setbacks associated with it. An ecosystem such as ours, in which business actors are predominantly profiteering just like others on the globe, absolute free market economy will rather do us more economic harm than good. This is profoundly manifested in situations such as monopoly, oligopoly, and cartel. That's right. Monopoly is where only one person or one corporation remains the main source of supply of a particular product. This can really have adverse impact on the economy of Ghana, especially when such products are regularly and highly in demand. Mr. Speaker, oligopoly involves mainly two main suppliers, and cartel is when just a few suppliers are involved in the entire value chain. In the aforementioned factors, the suppliers or producers restrict supply just to create artificial scarcity on the market and accordingly quote outrageous prices. Mr. Speaker, the interconnectedness of these profiteering economic practices deeply gives rise to economic ripple effect in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in summary, the resultant effects include high cost of living, low standard of living, negative impact on most of the essential goods, and then hamper the redistribution policies required in any sustainable economy. It is riskier even when such practices, Mr. Speaker, confront the demand and supply of medicines and nutritional substances on our market. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's present market economic system is purely and practically the free type. It deepens the dysfunctional profiteering nature of our market actors and thereby affect the citizenry. Besides, it contributes enormously towards the lag period between Ghana's economic performance and its expected impact on the cost of living as well as standard of living of Ghanaians, apart from the main economic factor that our market is majorly a defensive type. A mixed market economic system, however, effectively combines the functional element of both controlled and free market economies, purposely to attain the expected optimal socioeconomic output, harmonize stakeholder interest, restrict financial disparity, and then support widespread access to necessities and resources. Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring to your attention that most modern economies have adopted and have been operating mixed market economies, especially United Kingdom, United States of America, and Germany. Mr. Speaker, I am proposing a mixed market economic system framework that will deal with or mitigate the adverse impact of the absolute free market economic system in Ghana. I suggest that the relevant committees in Parliament should further look into it and, if possible, advise the appropriate body for the necessary steps to be taken, either a new bill or a specific policy framework, and that is by the executive, and make sure they realize the policy shift that I am calling for. A price cap law or policy can be introduced to deal with the exorbitant charges by monopolies, oligopolies, and cartels in our existing market economic system, which inimically impacting cost and standard of living in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, please permit me to introduce a few, but not only, other economic fundamental policies that need executive stroke or legislative attention. Mr. Speaker, these include inflationary targeted monetary policy, fiscal and cost, fiscal targets, and our conventional approach to dealing with the exchange rate volatility in Ghana's economic system. Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank your most noble outfit for allowing this very critical and timely statement to be presented in this August House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Ataiza. Ken Tampo, are you up on your feet? Okay, let's hear you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement ably made by Dr. Stephen Amwa, my good friend, a former Deputy Minister of Finance, and calling for us to move to a mixed economy rather than free market economy. Rightly so, Mr. Speaker, I support this call in the sense that the free market system, as he exemplified in this statement, is a market system where demand and supply play their role to fix the prices of goods and services. And that is what has been happening. If we relate our economic system to Germany, US, UK, and the developed nations, we go there and we come to say The government of UK owns a lot of facilities by way of the rail system. Talk about the Germans, the government owns the rail system, the transport system, even infrastructure by way of accommodation. But when we come to Africa, the issue is different. How is government going to make a lot of money if it is the private sector that owns some of these facilities? In our case, we have left some of these things to the private developers who are charging millions of dollars. Call it the East Legon area, call it Tema zone, call it whatever American house area. You cannot ask of a price of a house where it is not quoted in dollars. If these things or these sort of facilities are owned by the state, Mr. Speaker, we will not be buying houses or renting houses in dollars, but it will be in our Ghanaian cedis, and government will be making money. Definitely not high cost or astronomical prices such as the private sector will be quoting, but government would have been roping in a lot of money. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Germany, most of the houses are owned by the state. Only few private people are given the opportunity. Before you even get the land, they allocate the land to you as a private person. Mr. Speaker, it's so expensive. So government has intentionally made it a priority to own most of the accommodation, and so you have to rent it, and the income then goes to government because they have no gold, they have no any other minerals, but they rely on some of these things. The rail system, very effective. The bus system, very effective, and so is France. So in that case, while the private sector is given the opportunity to have certain grocery shops where you just go for just mini shopping, soap, and what have you, biscuits and other things, those things are given to the private sector, to which at the end of the day is giving us the mixed economic sort of structure he's asking for. I'm so grateful for this opportunity, and I think we should give this a necessary hearing and let government go into this and then owe the major things to reap in more income if we want to develop. I'm grateful.
Well, from Kintampo, let's move up to Walwale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
Let me commend one of the most brilliant finance people we have in the country for making such what appears to be academic, yes, yet mind-intriguing statement. Mr. Speaker, I said it appears academic yet mind-intriguing because the maker of the statement has sent us back to the classroom and then academic discourse with which he presented the paper. But Mr. Speaker, we would like to bring the matter home and simplify it so that we will appreciate the depth, we will appreciate the relevance, we will appreciate the policy cogence of that particular statement he has made. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement has drawn our attention to three major types of market systems. He talked about the control market system, the mixed market system, and then the free market system. Mr. Speaker, the market system is basically your economy, how the economy is run. Is it going to be determined by the forces in the market, or as invisible hand somewhere is going to determine how prices and goods are priced and marketed, or sometimes a mixture of the two? This is basically what he has said. Mr. Speaker, we complain about high cost of living. If the market fails and there is production and there is no demand to commensurate with the production, prices would fall, but the producer would not have incentive to produce. So there's going to be a mismatch between supply and demand. And when that mismatch is there, production in the long run will diminish. So the maker of the statement is telling us that if you have a situation where prices are too low, it's going to be disincentive to production. It's again telling us if prices are too high, it's going to affect cost of living. What do we then do under such a situation, Mr. Speaker? And that is why he's drawn our attention for the need for us to, have a mixture. The contributor to the motion mentioned about the fact that why do we have to allow the private sector to control certain ends of the market? Mr. Speaker, as a country, have we been able to determine the basic necessity of the people and to be able to say that we are going to price them in social optimal manner? In other words, we want to let the government determine at which point the government should intervene. Because if you allow electricity to be priced in the market fashion, it's going to affect production because prices of electricity or utility is going to be high. If you allow water to be priced at market rate or determined by the market, people cannot afford because water is a basic necessity. So he's drawing our attention to the fact that let's have a mixture. Mr. Speaker, and now let's even go to history. Ghana experimented one of what we call the fixed exchange rate system. Mr. Speaker, that is a control market intervention where you have a board setting the price, pegging the dollar to the cedi. Mr. Speaker, but that also has its negatives. The negative of such is that you don't have real value of your currency. In other words, your currency is not able to stand in this, in fact, productivity in the basis of that particular artificial setting of the rate is going to affect your country. So that is why we need to have a mixture. And I totally agree with Mr. Speaker, with the maker of statement that a mixed system, but that mixture is has to be determined by a collaborative society, because you cannot determine at what point will the government intervene and at what point should the government allow the market to determine. That discussion, I believe the maker of the statement is only brushing the discussion today for us to start. In the fullness of time, Mr. Speaker, I think that with opportunity and with the new patriotic party in government, we'll be able to extend this government, we'll be able to extend this conversation in a manner that we will realize the ideals of the maker of the statement. With this few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes. Why is it that everybody is mentioning your name, Atta? Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we would like to thank the maker of the statement for sharing with us the need for a mixed economy for the country. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the statement, a lot of the issues he had mentioned are basically economics 101. Inflation, production, and the like. But Mr. Speaker, you realize that the whole constitution of Ghana basically is based on the mixed economy. If you also take the philosophy of the MPP, property owning democracy, is also based on the mixed economy. And Mr. Speaker, I'll give you some few examples. If you take the national health insurance, the drug list has been based on virtually a fixed price by government, trying to balance the costs on the market itself, the free market itself, and the cost that the Ghanaian can pay for. Mr. Speaker, if we take the determination of water in this country, before the utilities price, they take it to PRC, and the PRC will moderate it so that it does not fully affect the living standards of our people. Mr. Speaker, if we take a country like China, today they call themselves capitalists with Chinese characteristics, and they put so much energy in state capitalism, even though they've also allowed the private sector to also grow. So I believe that in determining and practicing the mixed economy, one of the key issues as a country we need to be looking at is the issue of productivity. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the issue of productivity has been missing from our conversation for a very long time. And I believe that that is one area we need to look at. Mr. Speaker, even if we take Parliament, until recently that the Economic Committee came up, where they are looking at the kind of deliveries we are giving to the ordinary Ghanaians. We used to always talk about only Public Accounts Committee, which is always after the effect. And I believe that these are some of the reasons why we've not been able to hold public and the policymakers accountable for making sure that the mixed economy, our constitution, opens up for us to practice.
to be practiced. Mr. Speaker, one of the key issues that we need to understand is that the free economy, for the time being as Ghanaians, cannot be able to survive it. That is why it is very, very important that as a country, we look at as a mix where individuals and the private sector and government can interplay such that we can moderate prices and also moderate the living standards that we have in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, the call for a mixed economy, instead of allowing the free market to just operate, is very appropriate. And I believe that where the market fails, the government should always be ready to intervene to make sure the right things are done. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, we thank you for the opportunity to add our voice to the statement.
Yes. Now, leadership. Leadership. Yes. Minority leader.
Speaker, I need to commend the maker of the statement, Honorable Dr. Stephen Amwa of Inshiaso, for his industry, which industry has resulted in this two-page statement, inviting this House to toast a mixed market economic policy. Mr. Speaker, in theory, I agree with him. But practically, I have some difficulty. Mr. Speaker, a mixed economy, as he stated, we should allow free market variables and determinants to drive the economy, whereas the state would have some guardrails to intervene as and when is necessary. Mr. Speaker, this is not a new initiative. If you study the Kwame Nkrumah economic policy, which was launched right after independence, where the states made a lot of commercial investment, all through to Buzier's era, then you get to Achampong, General Kutu Achampong, the era where he said, Operation Feed Yourself, Feed Your Industry. Again, there were signs of the policy, the economic policies has semblance of a mixed market economy. However, Mr. Speaker, we all know what happened to our economy, to the extent that the PNDC regime was compelled to now diversify state interests in certain key commercial ventures. Mr. Speaker, the Fourth Republic itself has had political leaders with great ambition introducing certain economic policies with strong state interests aimed at balancing the equation so that some of these state-controlled commercial interests will create jobs, will create the opportunity for economic growth. But, Mr. Speaker, for us as a country to succeed in successfully implementing this, for us to succeed in implementing this policy, Mr. Speaker, we need attitudinal change. We and our people must change our attitude and our approach. I am aware of many businesses that benefited from state capital injection into their businesses, and because these were capital from the state, they decided not to pay, and they did so with impunity. And there was no power to punish. Speaker, you may have to extend. Yeah, you inform the IT people to extend. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we introduce, and here, Mr. Speaker, I'm not doing any politics, and my colleagues opposite should bear with me. When SADA was introduced, perhaps was to enabling environment.
Please give him extra 5 minutes, please.
Speaker, extra 5? No.
Please. Please, can you extend it?
Mr. Speaker, and when SADA was introduced, some people thought perhaps it was state-owned. They abused it. Mr. Speaker, before SADA, Rawlings's era, some intervention to support businesses with capital, they didn't pay. Kufuor introduced Maslock. Some people took advantage. They didn't pay. It got to Professor Mills. They didn't pay. JM number 1, they didn't pay. Akufo-Addo number 1, Maslock, they didn't pay. Recently, I had to cough some 400,000 Ghana cedis to pay for some Maslock loan. When the Maslock reached out to those beneficiaries, they said their MP will pay. If I didn't have the means, what would have happened? So, Mr. Speaker, I am very careful in suggesting a mixed economic policy where the state would put aside some funds for the purposes of intervening. If we want to be successful in this, then we need to reorient our people. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about challenges in our economy, but what we forget is that the very capital that, Mr. Speaker, we are chasing, we call for investment from abroad. The money is here, but we abuse it. Somebody may be a contractor, businessman. When government pays him, instead of going back to side, he transfers the money abroad. And we say we don't know. We know. So, Dr. Stephen Amwa has made a very patriotic call. But we cannot place that call on nothing. And we as political leaders, with the privilege of being in this chamber, must begin to talk about judicious use of state resources. If the state, like this recent in Kukon Ketenkete, we all talked about it, we did politics with it. But it is very sad that an initiative aimed at empowering you economically, then you go and kill the birds, eat them, then you go and tell the minister that Mediaye chicken lice soup. So that money that the state voted for economic empowerment is gone. Mr. Speaker, it's gone. It's a very serious matter. But time and again, we are invited to use state resources to create economic empowerment, to create business opportunities. But why should it run into debt? You go to Ghana Water, you go to ECG, you go to Ghana Gas, count them. So, Mr. Speaker, without proper orientation, where citizens would understand that if there is some level of state intervention, it is to empower you and you must pay back. Without that orientation, Mr. Speaker, I am not an economist, but I would propose that government must free the space and rather encourage competition and minimize its intervention, because it ends up being a waste. And we as political leaders, we play political football with it. And when power change hands, it's the same thing, because no reforms. So let us, Mr. Speaker, take this call as a patriotic call and perhaps use that as a springboard to initiate some conversation. Because if the proper orientation is there, Mr. Speaker, the mixed market economy, free enterprise, state intervention, state being an enabler, that helps. In Europe, the Western world, Mr. Speaker, that is what has helped them. Let me perhaps conclude with a short story of a business friend. Mr. Speaker,
please give him the last 5 minutes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I was in Alicante. I was doing agro-textile business with a business partner. And in Alicante, this factory that manufactures agro-textiles, the man I was sitting with shared a story that, Mr. Speaker, his great-grandfather got a loan from the Spanish government, and they have managed this business for over 100 years. The great-grandfather did it, it got to his grandfather, and it's now his turn. They were 4 as a family, and he took up responsibility of managing the family business. It was a state intervention that propelled them into the private sector. So there's always a need for some level of state intervention to get you going. Great economies have done that. But in our part of the world, Mr. Speaker, when that is given, it is seen as a freebie. That is our problem as a country. Economic investment that are made, turn out into becoming consumption. So the man is dead, the business must fail. Then we forget about the capital, where it's coming from, SNIT. All the SNIT investment that have failed. There was a big hotel somewhere in Central Region, I don't want to mention the name, somewhere in Central Region, close to my constituency. SNIT invested millions. The man died. Today, when you go there, it's an eyesore. Why must we do this to ourselves? Give Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund. They've given loans to people. They won't pay. Why? And they are working in the country. Sometimes they go to church thanking God. Thanking God for what? And we, the political leaders who are supposed to hold them to account, we play political football with this, but we forget that when the unemployment situation gets worse and it becomes a national security challenge, It threatens the very foundation of this democracy. So, Dr. Stephen Amwa, I would want to thank you for this statement, provided as leaders we begin to face the reality and educate our people, talk to them, change our attitude. I believe if we do that, his proposal will go a long way to help our country. Mr. Speaker, that said, and without more, let me thank you.
Thank you very much. We will take the second statement, the second and the last one, from yes, leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the second statement is the member in the chamber. Is the member in the chamber?
Fanti Akonov? Is Fanti Akonov here?
Yes.
I think it's check out. He was here.
Yeah, so you see, some statements have political significance in the maker's constituency. So if the maker is not there, you let somebody make the statement, it might end up rather hurting the member. So I propose that we defer, and when the member is in the chamber, because it is constituency specific, it's about tourism in that member's constituency. So let's defer, and then later on, maybe tomorrow or tomorrow next, when the member is in the chamber, then the member will make the statement.
Very well.
So, Mr. Speaker, we can proceed. Where's the addendum? It's not yet ready. Yeah, so some committees have their motions for the adoption of their reports, and so we can take them. I want to know if, which one? Lance, you are ready? Okay, which motion numbers?
Which motion?
Motion number what? So correct it. Which motion? Which motion? 17. So we'll take motion number 17.
So, honorable members, before I invite you to page 10, item 17, we have the last school at the public gallery I would like to acknowledge. Takwa Catholic Basic School. Takwa Catholic Basic School. Takwa Catholic Basic School. Their leader is Obed Ifa Roberts, who is a teacher. And the school is located in Takwa or Gomwa West. It's Gomwa West. Very well. So the school is located in the Gomwa West constituency, and I'm told your number is 60. You are welcome, and we wish you a pleasant stay in Parliament. So you may resume your seat. Honourable members, item 17, motion by the chairman of the committee. Yes, Chairman. Please, can you put off that microphone for me? Madam Gizera. Yes. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to move the motion on the order paper for today, motion number 17. That notwithstanding the provision of Order 104.1 of the standing orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion, giving the motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee of Lands and Natural Resources on the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Minerals Commission for the year 2024 may be moved today.
Yes. This is procedural. Who is seconding it?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded. And since it's procedural, I'll ask the question. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, Chairman. 18.
Thank you once again for allowing me to move the motion number 18, that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Committee on Lands and Natural Resources on the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Minerals Commission for the year 2024. And, Mr. Speaker, by so doing, I present the committee's report by highlighting the key issues, but call on the table office to capture it as having been fully read. Mr. Speaker, the referral was made to the committee, and the committee considered it. And the key issues that was identified was that the Audit Committee report highlighted several matters relating to financial accountability, payroll administration, procurement, management, contract administration, and budget performance, statutory compliance, and the implementation of recommendations from the Audit Committee report. Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that there were no referrals from the Public Accounts Committee and an internal monitoring unit. It again noted that while management had implemented a significant proportion of the recommendations made by the internal audit, some issues continue to reoccur across multiple reporting periods, indicating the need for stronger preventive controls and enhanced management oversight. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee acknowledged the efforts of the Minerals Commission in implementing a substantial number of the audit recommendations during the 2024 financial year. The committee notes the progress made in strengthening internal controls, improving accountability, and addressing deficiencies identified through internal audit reviews. Notwithstanding these achievements, recurring weaknesses relating to unsupported disbursement, non-compliance with GIFMIX and GANEF's requirement, contract management, and financial reporting indicate that further reforms are necessary. The committee therefore urges the management to sustain ongoing corrective measures and fully implement outstanding audit recommendations. The committee is confident that the implementation of the recommendations contained in this report will contribute significantly to the strengthening governance, enhancing accountability, and improving the overall performance of the Minerals Commission in the discharge of its statutory mandate. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report on the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Minerals Commission for the year 2024 in accordance with the standing orders of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the motion listed 18 has been moved by the chairman of the committee. Any seconder? Yes, Honourable Kwesi Kunedu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whilst I'm seconding, I'd like to make some few comments about the report and some observations that we made during the committee's hearing on this 2024 internal audit report of the Minerals Commission. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important observations that was made is in relation to the mercury-free gold processing equipment program. So, Mr. Speaker, that is very important because the Minamata Convention talks about the elimination of the use of mercury in the processing of gold. So any program that is fashioned in that way to help in the reduction of the use of mercury and other metals that are harmful to the environment and to the human being, it's important that such programs, Mr. Speaker, are well thought through and done in accordance as to the Minamata Convention. One of the challenges of this program, Mr. Speaker, included the indebtedness on the part of beneficiaries. These equipment that were purchased by the state and given to individuals said that they would use in their processing. But in our candid opinion, Mr. Speaker, once this is a program that will be very beneficial to the country, not only to the individuals engaged in the mining, I think it's appropriate that one way or the other, these equipment, some way, somehow, are given to legitimate people who can then use, rather than debiting it to their accounts for them to pay, because it's in cotonomous with the exchange rate and how it's being purchased on the world market. So that at least that we could regulate them, we could enhance the program that they are doing and also eliminate their use. Because if they are indebted and they cannot pay, they would not even bother, Mr. Speaker, coming for these equipments, and they would rather go and use the mercury without using the mercury-free processing plant. So I think it is one of the most important things that we can consider, and the ministry can also take it up. But however, most importantly, Mr. Speaker, is that the internal audit that is being done in the ministry is yielding reports, because if you look at the report that we have, it states categorically at the committee we noted that progress have been made in strengthening internal controls, accountability, and also addressing some deficiencies in terms of what actually persisted at that time. So it's important that some of these internal audits are taken very seriously in these organizations, so that it can strengthen the organizational activities that they are doing and also promote good governance in the institutions. And with these few words, Mr. Speaker, yes. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I'd like the House to accept and adopt this report of the 2024 internal audit of the Minerals Commission. I so move, and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable members, the motion has been moved, has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. So I'll put the question. If there's nobody to comment. Honourable members, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 18 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, we will take motion 18. 1-8 on the other paper.
18? The 18 has already been taken.
Mr. Speaker, that is 19.
19.
19, yeah.
Yes. Honorable Konzada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move motion listed 19 on page 10 of today's order paper. I so move.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? Yes, Honorable Sanja.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. And since this is a procedural motion, I'll indulge you to put the question. As many as are in favor of the motion listed 19, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 19 in today's order paper is carried. Yes, Honorable Collins, 20.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I move motion 20, I wish to make a correction on page 2 of the report of the committee. Page 2, paragraph 3.0, that's the background. And the first line, it reads as follows: the office of the administrator of two lands is mandated to manage public lands. It's not public lands, but rather two
Stool lands, yes.
Stool lands. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Lands and Natural Resources on the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Office of the Administrator of Stool Lands for the year 2024. I so move.
Thank you. Yes,
and in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I present your committee's report and wish to read the conclusion and ask the Hansard Department to capture the report as having been fully read. Mr. Speaker, the committee recognizes the efforts made by the Office of the Administrator of Stool Lands in addressing previous irregularities and improving internal controls. However, persistent challenges around funding delays, encroachments, and operational constraints require attention. The committee recommends that Parliament adopts this report and support necessary reforms and funding to strengthen land administration and safeguard national land resources effectively. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Yes, Honorable Kwesikwadu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. But in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak to a few portions of the report. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, one of the observations of the committee was the matter of the missing of duplicate counterfoils that some of the revenue collectors use. And I think it became a major issue because they move into most of the hinterlands. Some of these receipts were missing. And a reference was made to the police for them to have proper investigations into that. Mr. Speaker, because these stool lands, Office of Administrator of Stool Lands manage the revenue from stool lands. And these are monies that constitutionally are to be distributed in a certain manner. Part of it goes to the stool, part of it goes to traditional authorities, part of it goes to the district assemblies so that it can be used for developmental projects. So it's important that, Mr. Speaker, all revenues that are coming from these areas are well accounted for, such that there will be no shortfalls in that. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, whilst we are speaking and having the committee meeting with the administrator and the staffs of that office, one thing that is a challenge to them currently, Mr. Speaker, is conversion of stool lands into family lands to obscure the administrator's role at administering the revenues that comes from there. Once there's greater conversion or large-scale conversion of stool lands into family lands, it depletes the revenue that they are going to get, and the office oversight on these lands becomes a challenge. So I believe that it is important that these conversions are well carried through, and the Lands Commission and other bodies that are mandated in doing so come in, so that we can stem that tide, so that the Office of Administrator can have a larger role to play in the management of these two lands. It's very important. These conversions are happening at the wrong time and depleting the resources that goes to these areas. And in that effect, the royalties that Nananum and all other institutions will benefit from the stool land. But also, Mr. Speaker, last and most importantly, is the delays in the releases of funds from the Minerals Development Fund as it was seen here. Mr. Speaker, it is important. If the monies get to them, it's important that these monies are released to the Office of the Administrator, said that distribution can be made and Nananum have their royalties. Such delays cannot be tolerated going forward. Otherwise, it will diminish the ability of these district assemblies and traditional authorities also to manage them. And with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much, and I call on this House to adopt the report as so moved by the Chairman. Thank you.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Sanja Nanga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To contribute to this, to comment on the report, we realized that the committee realized that there were 9 infractions, and the office of the Administrator of Stool Lands, they've been able to implement all those 9 infractions. But the committee took a very serious view of one of such infractions is validation of officers. Some officers were not at post but were being validated to take salary, which the committee didn't take it kind with the office. Also, one of them is the unearned salary. Also, an officer traveled outside the country and was still taking salary. The committee was not happy with the committee, with the office, and the office has, even though they've implemented the recommendations and suggestions of the audit general, we caution them. Then one other area is control of revenue collection. Revenues were collected, but were not banked and kept in individuals' pockets. And the explanation was that some of the rural areas, the collectors were not getting access to banking facilities. That was the reason. So we advise that they should find other means of getting the money. Since the public money, they are not supposed to keep some public money for more than 24 hours. They should find a means of getting the money into the banks before the stipulated time. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few observations, in general, we said they did very well and there were improvements in their revenues and other things. So we therefore recommend that the committee, the report should be adopted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, if that's all the contribution, I'll put the question. Yes, Honourable Shari.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, pursuant to Article 2672 and its constitutional imperative, we are very much aware that the Stool Lands Administration is supposed to manage stool lands. Speaker, but concentration has largely been on raising revenue or how they can mobilize revenue. Speaker, we've had instances where there are double sale of lands, and it's turned into a whole lot of issues, especially in Accra. It will be very prudent for the committee to also perhaps pay attention to this particular issue for our own benefit, that lands, when they are sold or they are given out by stool administrators, it should be in a manner that is well structured so that there won't be double sale of same. Speaker, there is also the need for this office of the stool administrator of stool lands, to also consider collecting stool land revenue, which has been already discussed by the earlier speakers. Speaker, that's with all rents, collect all rents, royalties, dues, ground rents, and other payments. Speaker, that's one of the things we have not paid attention to. Most ground rents are not being paid. We are in occupation of several properties. We are sitting on them. We are operating from those properties, but we are not paying attention to payment of ground rent. Speaker, and this actually inures to the benefit of the administrator of stool lands, that this is how they can even generate proper data and run their offices to the extent people will not be in a position to be doing double seal, because already if they are generating revenue, then we are also helping them to avoid double sale of lands. That is the way they actually do. And Speaker, when those lands are sold, there should be some form of accountability so that whatever revenues that are collected after the sale or from the sale of such lands, there should be proper accountability.
Honorable Jerry, the revenues that are collected by the administrator of stool lands, I don't think it includes sales of land. I think the law is rent, royalties, grants, and those kind of things, which will accrue to the stools and the families. So the sale of the land, I don't think is actually part of their mandate.
Yeah, I'm well guided, but even if the emphasis is on ground rent, which I've actually discussed more, Speaker, that in itself is a problem. That as we sit here, most ground rents are unpaid.
Yes.
And so I am also calling upon the committee to consider paying attention to ground rent and how we can help the office of the administrator of stool lands to structure mechanisms so that all these ground rents are properly collected. Speaker, this is what I was trying to say. And the coordination with traditional authorities. Speaker, in most engagements, traditional authorities are left behind. And that also causes a lot of problems. I don't know if you have paid attention to that. Because a lot of decisions are made without the involvement of these traditional authorities. And so I know that you will say maybe sales are not a part of it. But we also understand what happens truthfully on the ground. That we may not have that as part of the functions of the office. But we know that some of these things happen. And that is when some of these things are happening, the traditional authorities are not made a party to some of these things. As because the issues of compensation and what have you. So as this report has come, we should also extend our conversations to issues on ground rent, extend our conversations to getting traditional authorities to be a part of the conversation, so that whatever decisions are made, we are all carried along, and therefore there won't be a back and forth situation. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you for the opportunity.
Chairman, do you want to make clarifications?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate the concerns raised by Honorable Jerry on the other side, I wish to say that it is not entirely right to put the blame on the Office of the Administrator of Two Lands. It is because the problem we encounter is on account of our land ownership system. Stool lands are owned by the stools. Private lands, family lands are owned by their respective owners. If you look at Article 267, Clause 3, it sought to address this challenge. And with your permission, I'll read that. There shall be no disposition or development of any stool land unless the Regional Lands Commission of the region in which the land is situated has certified that the disposition or development is consistent with the development plan drawn up or approved by the planning authority for the area concerned. This provision seeks to address the concerns raised, but you know for a fact that in this country, development is ahead of planning. Before you say Jack, people have started developing before the office gets to know that something has happened. And I thought that if we were to follow this, anybody who wants to develop his land must conform to the development plan, which is approved by the respective assembly. Then the administrator of two land becomes aware and therefore can account for that particular disposition and be able to collect the rent and the necessary revenues associated with it. Because we are not following this particular provision, we always encounter this situation. I think it is incumbent on all of us to make sure that this particular provision is followed to the letter. I thank you very much.
So, honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of motion listed 20 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 20 is carried. Yes, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, are you moving to 21?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think we should do 21, motion 21. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move motion listed 21 at page 11 on today's order paper. I so move.
Honorable members, the motion is moved. Yes, Honorable Sanjay Naja.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, since this procedural, I'll put the question. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 21, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, motion 22. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed to move motion listed 22, I wish to crave your indulgence to make some corrections on the report. The cover page of the report says the annual report of the Forestry Commission for the year 2022 and 2023. And I wish to correct that it is not this, but rather the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Forestry Commission for the years 2022 and 2023.
Very well.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move motion listed 22 at page 11 of today's order paper. I thank you very much. I so move.
Yes. Honorable Sanjay Nanjari, motion has been moved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the motion ably moved by my able chairman, Honorable Alhaji Collins Dauda. The Forestry Commission, the report was referred to us, and we considered it. One thing we observe is that, in fact, the independent auditors actually recommended the Forestry Commission, as there was no any serious infractions. So they recommended them, and for their due diligence in keeping their books and keeping to the financial regulatory framework. But one thing that we observe is that the commission actually is running short of staff, because their explanation was that they have a lot of retirees and have some critical areas of their operations that they want to replace staff. But unfortunately, approvals for recruitment from the Ministry of Finance always delay, and as a result, they are not able to fill the critical positions, and even those who die and those who leave the service at the commission, they are not able to recruit, and it is actually affecting their operations. That said, Mr. Speaker, the commission actually embarked on forest restoration and land restoration activities.
Can you move to conclusion?
Oh, okay. So, Mr. Speaker, in all, they did very well, and they have a lot of achievements, and due to time constraints, I will end it here and recommend to the House to adopt the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Yes, Honorable Member for Menshianov.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to comment on the audit report of the Forestry Commission for the year ending 2022-2023. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to speak to two in particular important points in the report. One has to do with point number 5.5, paragraph 5.5 in the report, which talks about inadequate forest protection infrastructure. So, Speaker, at the time that we met the commission, they were having issues with the number of forest protection guards that they have in these forest reserves that we have. Because of the nature of how our forest reserves are being depleted, they required a number of persons to be in there, some sort of a paramilitary group to be in there to do that. They have that, Mr. Speaker, but the numbers were not adequate enough to be able to do that. So there was consideration for forward operating bases or camps to be made available. Currently, they have that. But the situation at hand is that they lack in excess of about 2,500 staff strength to be able to do that and maintain this forest reserve, which calls for clearance from the government to be able to do that. So we would urge that once even we have our mid-year budget and the rest coming on, consideration can be given to that, so that they can recruit more individuals to protect our forest and wildlife that we do have, such that these encroachments in our forest reserve and the depletion of our forest resources and the management of it can be done adequately. Secondly, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, once our forest is being depleted and we are harvesting our resources in the forest, one of the major ones we are harvesting is our timber. Mr. Speaker, we are losing the indigenous species that we do have. Currently, all the ones that we are doing are in terms of plantations. Mr. Speaker, but there is one critical division in the Forestry Commission that is called the Timber Industry Development Division. Mr. Speaker, it's very important because they exist primarily in the ancient days for export promotion and the rest, but in current times, the development aspect of it is important. They are being underutilized because they are being under-resourced. Once we are doing lesser known species now, it requires that more research will be done on them, such that users of these forest resources and the lesser known species. Now we don't have the Otier, the Danguma, the Odum, and the rest, but we can have other ones where research can go into very well. When they are well resourced, it can be used in the same way as we use the indigenous species. So I would urge that efforts be made in resourcing that division of the Forestry Commission, such that these lesser known species, the Speaker, can be developed, so that they can now even become the frontier of the new timber that we do have, so that we can cut down on the use of the old ones to be able to replenish our forest reserves. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to adopt the report as ably moved by the Chairman.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favour of the motion listed 22 in today's order paper. Say aye. Hey, you don't want to respond. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes, Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I crave your indulgence to alter the other paper and take addendum 2, which has just been handed to us?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, no, they can lay it.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our side ordinarily must not oppose this. And indeed, we are not going to oppose the laying of this paper. But, Mr. Speaker, the country must know that the free SHS that they themselves criticize, if you read this, it means that they are now taking a loan to finance the free SHS. Whereas we use an internally generated fund. We use resources from within. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not a time for debate. This is not a time for debate. No, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. Mr. Speaker, this is not a time for debate. The Deputy Education Minister, and you don't have numbers. If you want to obstruct, you don't want me to talk? No. Yes, I know, but let me finish. Yes. Let me finish. You are laying a paper would amount to taking decision. Laying a paper would amount to taking. Yes. So please. This is our job. We can't allow things to be just passing. You criticize free SHS. Today, you are taking a loan to finance free SHS. Really? Mr. Speaker, I will hold on for now. But you see, I'm not a prophet. But I told you last year that with time, Ghanaians will know your true colors. Today, you are taking a loan. It took 8 years. Akufo-Addo sustained the free SHS. We managed, yes, free SHS was never cancelled. Don't bring yourself with any debate that you cannot justify and sustain. Today, you are taking a loan. Today, you cannot maneuver from within. Mr. Speaker, so let's wait for the right time. When the committee comes with its report, that is when the finance minister will have questions to answer. The finance minister must answer to the nation why he is unable to raise funds from within to finance free SHS and expand infrastructure. You are taking a World Bank loan. Today, you are taking a loan to finance free SHS. NDC. Time has exposed you.
Thank you.
I rest my
leader.
case.
Thank you, leader. So, honorable members, presentation of papers, we are coming back to public business. So, by the chairman of the Finance Committee. Yes, table.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Credit Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of $300 million United States dollars to finance the secondary education transformation for access, relevance, and results for jobs projects.
Take this.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Credit Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of $22 million United States dollars to finance the harmonization and improving statistics in West Africa project, additional financing. Report of the Finance Committee on the Credit Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of $500 million United States dollars to finance the Ghana Market to finance the Ghana Market Access and Connectivity projects.
Honorable members, the reports of addendum paper 2 of I have been duly presented. I direct that these reports are distributed to honorable members. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So now we'll take the motion one on page 2 of the addendum, which we've just laid, motion number 1.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that motion number 1 on today's order paper, addendum 2, be taken now.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration.
Mr. Speaker, that is 104. 104 is procedural.
Yes.
And, yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I have it here.
So it's procedural, but I should present to the House
yes,
first
but Mr.
for
Speaker,
consideration.
It cannot be one-sided. He has moved the motion. It is this side that must second it. And then the...
Leader, I looked at this
no,
side.
No, Mr. Speaker, normally he has to consult. So, Mr. Speaker, he had to consult. He did not. And you cannot, Mr. Speaker, the second deputy whip cannot.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, normally, if the majority comes out very strong like this, what I suggest they do is that they should look behind. Because normally before you come attacking, you have to look at your strength. Look at your strength, Mr. Second Deputy Whip. Weigh your strength before. Mr. Speaker, we are not opposed to this waiver, except that you are asking for leave of the Speaker to move the motion today. That's exactly what the application means. You want us to waive the notice requirement. You want us to waive. Under normal circumstances, Mr. Speaker, you are supposed to move this motion tomorrow. But you want us to move it today. So all your business you bring, you want it fast track, fast track, fast track. You don't want parliamentarians to peruse. You just lay the report. Reports are supposed to be distributed. Members are supposed to go through, because this is a serious matter. You are taking a loan, an IDA facility to finance free SHS. Members would have to read and understand the issues. Why? It took 8 years for the government that introduced free SHS to use domestic sources to fund, and you, in just 1.5 years, free SHS implementation is suffocating you. So you are going for an IDA facility. Mr. Speaker, if they want to still go ahead, fine. But Mr. Speaker, the mover of the motion must tell us why he wants the rules to be suspended. Mr. Speaker, he should tell us why he wants the rules to be suspended to allow him to move it today.
Yes. So
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chairman, we are listening to you. Yes.
Yes. The agency is that the minister will be here on Thursday, and some of these matters will be addressed in the media budget, and therefore we need to prepare and pave the way for the media review on Thursday. So I want to plead with my senior colleague that he is in the right, but given the circumstances, we are asking him to allow us to move the motion so that we can get it sorted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as he may be aware, I'm not an economist, but he knows that this facility has implications on debt sustainability. He says that the minister is going to come here on Thursday, but we have tomorrow. We have tomorrow. So you have not given enough grounds to justify why you want the waiver. All you are telling us is that the minister will come here on Thursday, and because it has to be factored in the media review, we should take it today, waive it, forgetting that members of parliament would have to peruse this document, the report. You are just laying the report. You are telling the nation that you are going to borrow to finance free SHS. For the first time in the history of free SHS, where borrowing is being used to finance it. What has gone wrong, Mr. Speaker? These are matters that MPs would have to interrogate. So don't rush us. Mr. Speaker, he should tell us the urgency. He has not. It is like Parliament is being rushed. Mr. Speaker, my duty is to put this case across. If they want to use their numbers to take it, Mr. Speaker, I would have done my job. But there's really no urgency. Has anything suddenly arisen, giving rise for you to apply for a waiver? Tell us. But if you merely say the minister will come here on Thursday, then we have tomorrow. Tomorrow is Wednesday. I am the leader of this site. I don't have a copy of the report. If you want us to take it now, Mr. Speaker, it's not on the console. I don't have a hard copy. Mr. Speaker, I don't have it. Please, Honorable Achampo, with respect, I don't have it. I don't have it. They brought two, they said, for the committee members. So let's be fair.
Yes, I think the... Okay, leader.
Mr. Speaker, we will take a 1-hour suspension so that the reports will be distributed. Members will have the opportunity to study it, and then we will take the reports. Because he has said that he hasn't received a copy, and he is the minority. He is the minority leader. He says he doesn't have copies. So we will give each other an opportunity, 1 hour, to study the report and come back so that we'll take it. Well, the terms are usually the same. So if you want us to go and bring previous loan agreements and the terms at which you were lending and then what you were using the monies for, we can go and bring those agreements. But we don't want to go that far. So let's just take 1 hour suspension and then and come back and take care.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Lisa, I'm listening.
Mr. Speaker, this application by Mr. Speaker, this application by the majority leader is very rich. Mr. Speaker, very rich. And I'm very curious. I am very curious the calm demeanor with which he made the application. The last time he asked for 1 hour, he used 5 hours to mobilize. Mr. Speaker, and I've seen his chief whip in the chamber. So we are not sure what they are up to with this 1 hour.
So leader, then let's go on.
Mr. Speaker, no.
So then let's go on. If you have seen the trace, then let's go on.
Mr. Speaker, let the application be granted as prayed. Let the application be granted as prayed.
Very well. So, honorable members, indulge me to suspend the House for 1 hour. Honorable members, let me thank you for your indulgence. We are back. Yes, Champon.
Mr. Speaker, I will take motion number 2 onto this other paper addendum 2 at page 2.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the motion can be taken.
Yes. Yes. Chairman.
Yes, but thank you.
Chairman, hold on. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't interfere with the process of this House, but I thought that motion 1 was moved. It was when it was being seconded that the Honorable Osahini decided to debate ahead of the debate. So, Mr. Speaker, to do things appropriately, the procedural motion, motion 1, should be moved before we go to the substantive motion.
Thank you.
I'm not inviting you to speak, Mr. Minority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Minority Leader, as he then was. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, currently, Mr. Speaker, he's in government. He's in government. Mr. Speaker, he said I went ahead of myself on something. It wasn't clear. I raised a procedural issue. That should be part of the records. Yes. I don't want to be misconstrued. This is a house of record. And once you begin to question my intervention, and I'm here, I need to put it right. We set the record straight. Yes.
So, honorable members, this is a procedural motion, so I'll put the question. As many as are in favor of the procedural motion, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. So, we will now turn to item listed 2 on page 2. Motion. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that motion number 2 on today's order paper addendum be taken now. But Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I would like to present the committee's report. I would highlight key issues in the report and request that the Hansa Department capture the entire report as though same has been read in the House. Mr. Speaker, the credit facility agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Minister of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of $300 million United States dollars to finance the secondary education transformation for access, relevance, and results for jobs project was presented to this House on the 16th of July 2026 in accordance with Article 1812 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the committee met with the Ministry of Finance, which was led by the Deputy Minister for Finance and the technical team from both the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Education, who assisted your committee to deliberate and consider those reports. Mr. Speaker, it is important to indicate that there is no loan agreement before this House to finance free SHS. Mr. Speaker, what we are considering is a loan agreement that is meant to improve access to free secondary education, to ensure that we eliminate the double track, provide more opportunities for grade C schools to be upgraded to grade B, and for grade B to be upgraded to grade A. Mr. Speaker, that is the loan that we are considering at this point in time. Mr. Speaker, the loan agreement, as we have seen it, is targeted at strengthening a number of pillars within the educational system in order to enhance access and improve the relevance of secondary education. An amount of $527.7 million of this amount has been allocated to Component 1, which focuses on increasing equitable access to secondary education. Mr. Speaker, this is the bulk of the money that is being procured to support education in Ghana. Component 2, which is improving the quality and relevance of secondary education, has been allocated $33.8 million United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, Component 3 strengthens systems, communication, and evidence-based decision-making. And Mr. Speaker, $8.5 million has been allocated for this purpose. But Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana will be providing a $23 million counterpart funding to fully implement this project. Mr. Speaker, The component one amount, Minister has just alerted me. The component one yeah, five is 257 instead. The speaker, 257.7 million. I think I mentioned 5. Yeah, okay. It's 257. Mr. Speaker, your committee, having deliberated on this loan and taking the guidance of the technical team, came to the conclusion that this loan agreement will enhance access and the relevance of secondary education, and have therefore unanimously recommended to this House to adopt the report of the committee and to approve the loan facility for the ministry to go ahead with the implementation. As so, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Second, yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the report as submitted by the chairman of the committee actually came to your committee, and the committee deliberated extensively on the proposed facility by IDA through the World Bank. Mr. Speaker, the tenor of this facility was discussed, and the committee took cognizance of certain issues. Whilst we discuss and consider this particular report, Mr. Speaker, I need to bring some of those to your attention. Mr. Speaker, this is a facility that we intend to contract with the World Bank an amount of 300 million United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, the interest on this particular loan facility, as we speak today, is still at large. Mr. Speaker, I say we're still at large because we are only told that there is 1.5% interest, and there is what we call adjustment of the interest charge, basis adjustment of the interest charge, which is at large. So we do not know, when we do not have the full handle of how much we are committing this country into if we are approving this. And this was a major issue that we raised, that the lack of firm handle on the loan and the broad contours of this particular loan was a very important issue. Mr. Speaker, there was also a concern about the counterpart funding, especially so with the revenue slippages of government, which is contingent and important, especially so with the information that the Minister of Education is hemorrhaging in the past 1.5 years, especially regarding allocation and disbursement of funds to the same ministry. We were concerned about the 31 million United States dollars counterpart funding that the ministry is supposed to, bring on board to support the implementation. Mr. Speaker, the last but one issue is the conditions for the disbursements of this particular facility. Mr. Speaker, your report captures this very clearly, that the committee noted that disbursement of the portion of the finances is linked to the achievement of specific performance-based conditions. Mr. Speaker, government is required to prepare and adopt a project implementation manual before the agreement becomes effective. Government is required to establish appropriate project oversight and technical implementation committee. Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the Minister responsible for education has given the committee his firmest assurance that this was something that would be done. And we took comfort in that particular assurance from the Minister responsible for education that on his part, this will be done. Mr. Speaker, but the key question that we needed to ask is why would government have to borrow in order to finance the free senior high schools? The chairman of the committee says that we are not borrowing to finance free senior high school. Mr. Speaker, we are borrowing to finance free senior high school. And I say this based on the objective of this particular project. There are 3 major components of this particular facility. The first component is increased equitable access to to secondary school education. That's the first component. The second component is to improve quality and relevance of secondary school education. And the last component is about system and information management. These are the legs of the free senior high school education.
It is not different from the current implementation structure of the Free Senior High School. So let's not embellish it as if to say that we are not borrowing to finance the Free Senior High School. Mr. Speaker, the clarity of that particular statement as contained by, in that particular three-component program is that we want money in order to sustain the Free Senior High School. Mr. Speaker, one important thing I need to commend the Minister responsible for Education. In his presentation, he highlighted the importance of Free Senior High School and the data supporting it. And if you look at the staggering data, Mr. Speaker, there's no reason why we should not support such an initiative that the Minister of Education is undertaking to support the implementation of the Free Senior High School education. Every member of this particular side, with the grace of God, has to support it, because we now know that the vision of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was a vision into generation, and that particular vision has to be supported by everyone. And I'm happy that even in his presentation, he did not do politics with the data. And it is something that I will let Mr. Speaker, for you to also put on record that the Minister responsible for education was very factual with the data. He presented the data and even gave us specific schools of the data. You see that there's a quadruple of the data, there's a quadruple of student enrollment data. In some cases, there's the doubling of that particular data. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I will want to, second the motion that the committee adopts the report of the committee of finance, that an amount of 300 million United States dollars plus an additional contingent funding of 31 million, bringing the total cost of the STAR project to $331 million for the purpose of financing the Free Senior High School. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Minister, can't you wait so that you give the last blessings to it? So let me give the opportunity to Chairman of the Education Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report presented by the committee. Mr. Speaker, before I go on, let me say that many a time or previously, whenever such agreements were presented, the sector committee was informed so that at least the leadership of the committee could attend the meeting of the finance committee so that we can also make some contributions. So I just want to remind the House of that. Then let me also say, Mr. Speaker, that the agreement or the facility is not to end Free Senior High School or double track, but rather to improve upon secondary education in the country. And by improving on secondary education in the country, the free SHS will be taken care of. So if you look at the table that was presented, you will realize that the emphasis is on upgrading some of the Category B, Category C schools to A or B respectively. So I want us to take it from that angle and to disabuse the minds of people that government has gone for a credit facility to end double track. I think we need to get that one very clearly, because it is for improvement. Although it is a report, I think it is for the improvement of secondary education in the country. That is what I believe the facility is about. Mr. Speaker, I don't know, you are not getting me right. I am saying that let's describe the facility as for secondary education improvement. Do you say it? So by improving on secondary education, you are ending the double track. That is what I want us to understand. So, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the distribution of the facilities, I want to commend the Minister for Education for making sure that disadvantaged schools are equally catered for. And that is what we want to be done going forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I only urge the House to approve this facility so that we can see a bigger leap in the development of secondary education in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me go to Honourable Member for Tannon North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
I rise to contribute to the debate on the report that is laid. Mr. Speaker, we are looking at a loan facility to support education in Ghana. And if you look at the committee's report, page 2, the project that is going to be supported with this facility has 4 main components. We are looking at increasing equitable access to secondary education, improving the quality and relevance of secondary education, strengthening secondary education systems, and providing a contingency emergency response component to enable rapid response to eligible emergencies. Mr. Speaker, these components are so germane to education in this country. And for that matter, if Ghana was to finance access to secondary education, I least expected that we would resort to loan to do such financing. When we have such an important investment to make, the first thing that government should have considered is the best way to finance such a project without having to incur the risk of paying interest in the future and all of you that. Mr. Speaker, but if you look at what is happening, we just exited the IMF program. And for less than a year, we have begun to see government resort to the debt market to finance critical investment in this country. Why is it happening so? It is happening so because the finance ministry and the managers of the finances of this country are doing virtually nothing, little to nothing, to ensure that we are able to raise the needed revenue to finance such critical investment in the country. And that is why we are resorting to borrow. Mr. Speaker, if any Ghanaian young lady or young man is listening to us today, and we are telling them that we do not prioritize education such that the revenues that we generate from this country are channeled into education, but rather we are going to borrow to finance secondary education, that is very, very sad and it's very bad. Mr. Speaker, all these are happening because if you look at the government fiscal data from last year to this year, there has been huge revenue underperformance on the part of government, and that is why we are seeing what we are seeing today. Even if you just look at the fiscal data for Q1 2026 alone, VAT, we were below 6.5% of our target. For National Health Insurance levy, we fell by 29.9% of the target. For GET Fund, 29.9% of the target. For crude oil receipts, 37% of target. Exercises, 23%. Import duties, 14% of target. Mr. Speaker, when this happens, all that government will have to do is to cut expenditure. And when government cuts expenditure, or government is unable to use revenue to finance such critical expenditure, government will have to resort to borrowing. In Q1 alone for 2026, government revenue fell short by 4.5%. And by so doing, government had to reduce expenditure by 29%. In 2025 alone, government revenue fell short by 2.2%, government expenditure fell by 13%, and capital expenditure fell by 38.8%. We want to ask the finance minister, the deputy minister is here. What is government doing? Why are we not able to raise revenue to support education? But we have to go and borrow to finance free SHS. The free SHS that we know, the free SHS that was instigated by the erstwhile MPP administration did not resort to borrowing to finance free SHS. The Ghanaian people, the young people of this country, want to see government prioritizing education. We want to see our government prioritizing free SHS. When we raise revenue in this country, let us see the revenue going into education. We want to see our revenues, our taxes, going into education and not borrowing. We are going to borrow at an interest rate and charges, some of which are at large. We can't even determine them today. They are indeterminate. Mr. Speaker, nobody knows how much this country is going to pay for the loan that we are going to take. Just a few months after the IMF program. If it is starting today, what are we going to do in the future, tomorrow and the rest of the years, as far as education is concerned? Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Fred.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the reports of the Finance Committee on this particular loan agreement. Mr. Speaker, let me first commend the Finance Ministry and the Minister for Education for coming together to design a program to address many of the challenges that we face in our educational space. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Education Committee, last year during recess, I had the privilege of traveling along the chairman and many other members to some selected senior high schools. Mr. Speaker, even the schools that are regarded as grade A schools, many of them have infrastructure deficits. Mr. Speaker, all of us in this chamber can recall that a few years ago, parents had to march up at the Independence Square demanding the authorities to post the awards to specific schools. The only reason why we are all chasing particular schools for our awards and for our constituents is because we believe those schools are better equipped to offer quality education to our wards. Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, I heard the Minister of Education announce that on or before 31st July, BEC results will be out and the students will be made to go through placement. I can predict, Mr. Speaker, that after the release of the results, many parents and even we members of parliament will be chasing authorities in charge of placement to ensure that constituents and our wards are placed in particular schools. Why? Because we believe that infrastructure is critical to the provision of quality education. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, looking at the report before us, it is sad. Savannah region, not a single grade A school. Oti region, not a single grade A school. The whole northern region, only 4 grade A schools. Mr. Speaker, this facility is coming to ensure equitable distribution of infrastructure to all these schools across regions. And I want to plead, Mr. Speaker, that I have always believed that when it comes to issues of education, they are issues that we must not play partisan politics with, because it is at the core of our development. We need to provide these infrastructure projects across the country. We need to upgrade over 30 schools from grade B to grade A. We need to rehabilitate over 150 schools. We need to build 10 new schools, all from this facility, Mr. Speaker. I want to plead with both sides of the House that we must give our support to this particular facility so that the government can borrow, and within the next few years, Mr. Speaker, we will begin to see massive infrastructure projects and upgrade in our schools. What excites me, Mr. Speaker, about the facility is that when you look at the report, 86% of the money that the government is going for will be dedicated solely to infrastructure projects. And so this is not one of those facilities where close to 50% will be spent on workshops and on travels and what have you, but 86%, representing $257.7 million will be dedicated solely to the infrastructure project. Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with all members of the House that, having said this, we should all lend our support to the government in order to get this facility. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Kojo Pankroma.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make some comments as we support this motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to start with a quick French expression. Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. To wit, the more things change, the more they remain the same. Mr. Speaker, on the 15th of May 2026, the NDC government issued a statement announcing to the country that we have exited the IMF extended credit facility. Today is just about 9 weeks after the IMF left town. And today, Mr. Speaker, I don't want us to consider this loan application in isolation. In fact, if you look at the 3 reports that we are about to approve, plus the budget, we are about to approve almost $1 billion. Yes? $300 million currently for education. The education minister is doing his best. About $500 million for the roads minister. About $22 million for the finance minister. And if you look at the net borrowing in this year's budget, about $180 million. So 9 weeks after the IMF left town, we are about to approve $1 billion for this government. Mr. Speaker, I don't have a challenge with the purposes they have stated. In my 3 terms in this parliament, I'm yet to see any loan facility that cannot be justified. So I am not about to argue about the uses to which they want to put these resources. But, Mr. Speaker, there's a reason for which 9 weeks after the IMF left, this government is asking us to approve almost $1 billion. It is because their domestic resource mobilization measures have failed. Mr. Speaker, in Committee Room 1 and 2, the Honorable Ato Forson promised this Republic that they had a proper fiscal strategy, a better one, which was that they were going to remove taxes, not bring new taxes, and that they were going to grow revenue to 18% of GDP. I seconded the motion in this seat that day, and I said, if he will do that, we will all support him. Mr. Speaker, the outturn for 2025 shows that they have not been able to achieve 18% of GDP. In fact, in 2 different reports they've published, in one they say 15.7, in another one they say 16%. Meanwhile, they inherited 16% of GDP. It is because the domestic resource mobilization measures are not performing that 9 weeks after the IMF left town, they have gone back to the debt markets, and they are now asking us to approve close to about $1 billion for them. Mr. Speaker, the only caution I'll give to them, I've been on the other side defending loans, and I'm on this side looking at it from another lens. So the only caution I'll give them is that, first of all, our debt sustainability is something they should pay attention to. At the beginning of every administration, like we said about a year ago, you start with stability. And then when your revenue measures are not performing, like we told them, you start borrowing. And it is when you don't pay attention that debt sustainability becomes a problem. Mr. Speaker, this government has made a choice that it will use the limited resources at its disposal for some other purposes. We were here when the Bank of Ghana reports, and by the way, Minister, you still haven't presented the 2025 account of the Bank of Ghana to Parliament. We were here when the Bank of Ghana accounts told us that they have chosen to spend about 16 billion cedis on sterilization. It's there in black and white. We were here when the Bank of Ghana report said that they have elected to spend about 9.6 billion Ghana cedis on gold losses. Mr. Speaker, anytime we raise those ones, they quickly shut us down. It is because they have elected to use the resources for those other purposes. And now you are finding what the IMF wants about, the quasi-fiscal expenses. Look from state-owned enterprise to state-owned enterprises. They are now embarking on quasi-fiscal expenses, spending the money on other things. One giving money to EPA, another giving money to other things. It is that reason for which at the Central Treasury, they can't find resources to pay for some of these priorities, and they've gone back to the debt markets. Mr. Speaker, we have only 2 recommendations, even as we support this motion before us. Number 1, it is important that they get the revenue measures right. Because if you play games with the revenue measures and the revenues don't perform, this is what you will be left with doing, going back to the debt markets. And today we are here to approve about $1 billion. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, they have to adopt a whole-of-government approach when they are prioritizing expenses. Because if you look at it in silos, you would approve different expenses for different things. But when you adopt a whole-of-government approach, you will better prioritize the expenses, and possibly we may have used resources from the Treasury to pay for these very important things. and not resort to the debts that they are bringing before this House. Mr. Speaker, that said, we support the motion that they have put before the House. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to our colleagues, and the good thing is that they are all supporting the motion for us to be able to access this facility to improve on secondary education. Mr. Speaker, the statement has been made about the utilization, and I'm happy nobody is questioning the utilization of the loan proceeds. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have indicated that we are going to establish 10 new schools. And this is virgin schools that are going to be established. That school, each of these schools will have classroom blocks. Each of these schools will have dormitories for boys and girls. Each of these schools will have assembly hall and dining hall complex. Each of these schools will have accommodation for teachers on campuses. Each of these schools will have headmaster or headmistresses bungalows. Each of these schools will have health posts, sick bays for the schools. It will have science laboratories and a lot of things that will make it a standard school to serve us. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, we have also indicated that today a lot of parents want their children to go to Category A schools, but there is a limit to what numbers that the few Category A schools we have will be able to absorb. And so as part of this, we are going to upgrade about 20 Category B schools to Category A. So we are going to have additional Category A schools. In addition to this, we are also upgrading 30 Category C schools to Category B, so that we'll be able to get a lot more schools into some of these important schools. Mr. Speaker, there is one important thing that I want you to look at. This is not the first time we are taking facility from the World Bank. We all know, if you look at the terms of the facility, it is highly concessional. It is long dated, 30 years with 5 years grace period. This is probably the best facility you can get now. But, Mr. Speaker, look at the utilization of the process that I just described. 86% of the $300 million that we are going for is going into real infrastructure work, provision of classrooms, dormitories, and all the 86%. This is a sharp contrast to what we used to see when you borrow these funds and you use about 50% for consultancy, for training, and for travels. This is not happening. We say we are spending 86% of this money on the provision of school infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, we are also spending $20 million of this money to provide furniture for schools. And we are providing textbooks for every secondary school student in this country. That is the difference between what we are using the money for today and what we used to see in the past. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, we have heard them suggest that the money we are taking today, but who interrupted you? You see,
Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. The Deputy Minister responsible for finance is making a very serious statement, an allegation that money borrowed during the previous administration, 50% was used for consultancy and travels, which is not true. Mr. Speaker, if he can provide evidence or otherwise, he should withdraw that statement and continue.
It should be deleted from the record.
Yes. And it should be expunged from the record. He should provide evidence. He should provide evidence to the effect that 50% of monies that were borrowed were for consultancy and for travel purposes. In the absence of that, he should withdraw, and that should be expunged from the record, because that is factually incorrect.
That's correct. Yeah.
Please. Let's be. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I will urge my brother not to go in that direction. Indeed, we can present you evidence that in most cases, less than 50% went into the real project. Less than 50%. These monies that we're approving today were monies that were already offered to the Republic of Ghana under the NPP regime. And the loans were renegotiated to cut out a lot of junk, if I may describe it that way. And the government insisted that unless more than 80% of the money was going into the actual projects, and indeed, the roads minister, when it gets to his turn, you will even hear worse. So don't let us go into it, because we can give you the evidence. We can take all the previous loans, sit with you, and engage in the analysis. And you will see that this government has renegotiated and restructured all these loans more favorably for the Republic of Ghana.
Leader, I hope you take your bite. So let's.
Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader should understand that I'm already on that tangent. And Mr. Speaker, I still insist that the Deputy Minister responsible for finance, if he is unable to provide us the specific project amount involved, of which more than 50% of that was used for consultancy and travel, he should humbly withdraw that. If you can't provide it for us now, withdraw that. And anytime you think you have that and you can provide, you can make such statement. But for now, if you can't provide that information to this House, then you should withdraw that and make progress.
Well.
I am under order 122.
Very
order
well.
122.
Well. Minister,
Mr. Speaker,
are you able
Mr. Speaker, look, we are all in this country. We know what you have been doing. Look, in the year 2020, you went to the IMF, the same World Bank, for an IDA loan. What? Sit down and listen to me. Sit down and listen to me. You had your turn. What sort of intolerance is that? When you were speaking, I was quiet and listening to you. What kind of intolerance is that? Let's keep quiet and listen to me. The same way you have been expecting me to sit down and listen to me. What kind of intolerance is that?
Habib.
What kind of intolerance is that? I have the floor now.
Honorable Habib.
I have the floor now. Why? When you were speaking, I sat quietly.
Let him provide.
Listen.
Honorable Habib.
Allow me to respond to you. Why don't you want to listen to me?
Oh, Habib.
Mr. Speaker.
You have asked him, let him, if he is providing it. Yes, Honorable Minister, let's hear.
Mr. Speaker, in 2020, under IDA 19, you went to the World Bank for $1.7 billion. What did you use the money for? You went in 2022. In 2022.
Honorable Minister.
You went to the same World Bank to borrow $2.5 billion. What did you use the money for? We are telling you that under IDA 21, we are going for money and using 86% for fiscal infrastructure, and you are challenging us. That is the difference we are talking about. Recently, there was this issue about Garrett, and we came to meet the committee and demonstrated that contrary to what you were doing in the past, we say we will not use borrowed funds to finance consultancy and travel. How different is that?
Just conclude with
Mr. Speaker, while I conclude, another misinformation that they have tried to put in the system is to create the impression that we are borrowing to fund free secondary education. But that is not what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, look, if they are minded to be quiet and listen to me, they will get what I'm talking about. When you had your chance, I was quiet and I sat and listened to you. Why can't you do the same? Mr. Speaker, they have been making that wrong statements that this money is going to be used to fund free secondary education. But that is not the case. Mr. Speaker, when this government came, we took a bold decision to uncap the GET Fund. And we decided that we will let GET Fund finance free secondary education. Up to date, GET Fund has spent 1.8 billion cedis to finance free secondary education. Since 2025, have you heard Charles threatening to close down secondary schools? Have you heard that in this country? Since 2025, have you heard our secondary students complaining about feeding? But why won't the minority leader allow me to land? I'm landing. I'm landing. Mr. Speaker, I have concluded. I won't say anything again. Thank you.
Yes, now leadership. Leadership, yes.
No, Mr. Speaker, you have not addressed my matter. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you have not addressed my matter. The deputy minister only said either 2019, he didn't provide any figure, either 2022. But what I am asking from him, he said more than 50% of loans that were contracted during our term, we use more than 50% for travel and consultancy. Mr. Speaker, if he cannot provide that any evidence at this moment, it should be expunged from the record. Because what he's saying is factually incorrect and he's misleading the House. So, Mr. Speaker, that part should be expunged from his debate. It should be expunged. And Mr. Speaker, he has not provided us anything, nothing. He has provided nothing. He should tell us maybe $2 million was contracted, 60% this amount was used for this and that, and which specific project. So, Mr. Speaker, it should be expunged from the record. We cannot allow that to stay on the record, Mr. Speaker. No, it is against our rules. He cannot. The deputy minister cannot mislead us. So if he cannot provide the evidence, it should be expunged. Completely. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm inviting you into this. Either he provide evidence or it should be expunged. Mr. Speaker, you asked for leadership, so he has finished. No, he asked for leadership. And he's a leader. He is a leader. And he got up and spoke extensively. So far as we are concerned, you have exhausted leadership. So can we now call on the Minister for Education to conclude matters?
No. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the game must be fair. The game must be fair. There's an application before you for your determination. Mr. Speaker, the application is to the effect that the submission by the minister, deputy minister, claiming that during our time, the MPP's administration, IDA facilities that were procured, over 50% went into travel and consultancy. Mr. Speaker, we dispute that. This is a house of records. And we are saying that if he cannot provide evidence, Mr. Speaker, evidence backed by Auditor General's report, if he doesn't have, same must be expunged from the records. Mr. Speaker, this cannot stay.
Honorable Minister.
He's a deputy minister. He should know where he stands in public service. You can't mislead this House.
Honorable Minister, can you give us specific figures so that we move on? I mean, we don't need to be wasting our time on this. Yes. Yes, Leader. I want the Minister to. Deputy Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker.
Leader, let's move on. Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we say a lot of things for which we have evidence, but not readily. I will urge that we direct the Finance Committee of this House to go and study the various loan agreements and come and report to us on this matter. Yes, because the Finance Minister can get up
and read anything to us, will that constitute acceptable evidence? Will that constitute acceptable evidence? So if he disputes the fact that a lot of the loans, yes, many loans, yes, oh, I'm saying a lot of the loans, is that okay? The use to which the loans were put, many of them, less than 50%, actually went to the actual mission of that loan. I can assure you that if we direct our finance committee to engage the finance ministry and analyze the loans and bring us back a report, it will put this matter to a rest.
Leader, we have to move on. Table, please expunge that aspect for me. No, please. Honorable members, we need to move on. We have other facilities to take. Please, we need to move on. So we have to move on. That's my ruling, please. Amping. So take it. Yes. Yes, move on. I mean, please, we have other facilities to take. Please, let's take it cool. We don't need to split our heads on this. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is now clear that the NDC in opposition is not the same NDC in government. The things
Yes, leader, let's hear you, please. Leader, address the chair, please. Address the chair. Let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the NDC in opposition is not the same NDC in government. Mr. Speaker, they spoke big. They promised. They said they don't need loans.
Honorable members, we have other facilities to please. Let's keep them.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Since this is a house of record, for which whatever you say, you must produce evidence. He should produce evidence that NDC said we never needed any loan. So he should produce the evidence. Yes, otherwise he should also withdraw. He should also withdraw or produce evidence that NDC said they will never take a loan. We want you to provide the evidence that NDC said we will never take a loan. We said you were taking too much loans. It is different from saying that we will never take a loan. We said that you had, violated the debt sustainability rules. We didn't say we will not take a loan. You will take a loan within acceptable limits. No, so Mr. Speaker, he has to provide the evidence. Otherwise, you should also expunge it from the records.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, as the majority leader just said, the NDC said they didn't want too much loans. Mr. Speaker, but today, Mr. Speaker, what we are witnessing now amount to too much loans. Mr. Speaker, to the extent that we are here being invited to approve almost $1 billion just one day. Mr. Speaker, it means a lot.
Leader, let's go on.
Per the rules, you have to be calm and observe proceedings and make sure you do the right thing. So as soon as I observe them making noise, I will just put off the mic, allow them.
But they are taking 10,000 from the staff. From the service, from the dealer.
Mr. Speaker, one day, almost 1 billion. Where is your Dr. Clement Apak? The man who was always on the neck of the MPP. Today, his silence is very loud. Mr. Speaker, we, under our administration, introduced free SHS. Mr. Speaker, the free SHS opened up the country for children who otherwise could not get access because their parents were poor to get access. Mr. Speaker, our friends, apostles of criticism, every single thing Akufo-Addo did, they condemned. But Mr. Speaker, we all know that Akufo-Addo, they criticized, condemned, kept our lights on, and kept our children in school. Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure, the investment in educational infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, is unmatched. Mr. Speaker, TVET institutions received facelift, machinery, equipment, new classroom blocks, new admin blocks, new bungalows for teachers, and all. Mr. Speaker, STEM education was introduced. Science, technology, engineering, mathematics. These were reforms that transformed the educational sector. Our friends did not see any of these. In all of these, Akufo-Addo did not come here for this amount of money. Mr. Speaker, what he did was to utilize internal resources. In less than 2 years, free SHS has already suffocated them. Because, Mr. Speaker, they have no idea how
Honourable members, please, let's give him a hearing, please. Yes, Honourable Leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, they have no idea how the free SHS came into being. Even at a point, they claim that they introduced free SHS. That is NDC for you. They will say it even when they know that they have nothing to stand on. They will say it. Mr. Speaker, today, they say we should approve this thing for them. Oh, really? You are going to borrow. Now let me remind them, Mr. Speaker, if they know how to manage the economy, look at what is happening at the gold board. Mr. Speaker, The IMF issued a report and talked about billions going into waste. And when you ask them, they say it is a cost for implementing economic policy. Mr. Speaker, that losses, the losses that IMF reported could have been used to finance it instead of going to borrow.
Your counterpart is up.
Mr. Speaker, that's all. I will resume my seat for him. Why not?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we have tried to discipline. We have tried to discipline ourselves. We have tried to discipline ourselves, and we agree that let's use the right expressions. If you say waste at Gold Board, the IMF has not reported waste at Gold Board. IMF spoke about losses. There's a difference between loss and waste. But there's a difference between saying that somebody is wasteful and saying that somebody is recording losses. So let me just indicate that the IMF report doesn't say that Gold Board is wasteful. Okay?
Thank you very much. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, indeed, the IMF's report is to the effect that the state has lost billions of cedis as a result of these Gold Board transactions. Mr. Speaker, the trading losses according to government was as a result of the costs in implementing economic policy. Mr. Speaker, I want to stay there for a little while. You are borrowing $300 million, $500 million, and it is costing you more than that amount to implement an economic policy. Mr. Speaker, when the minority initially raised this matter on this floor, that the losses be looked into because we could use that money to invest in educational infrastructure, we were told that no. Now what did government do? Government vindicated our members on the economy committee without coming to actually commend their industry. Mr. Speaker, Bank of Ghana and Gold Board convened an emergency meeting to review the charges, the fees, from 15% to 9%, and from 9% it went further down to 5%, and just yesterday the governor said enough is enough. The Bank of Ghana was no more going to finance or pay any fees to Gold Board. My question is, after all, was the minority right? If we were wrong and you had justification for incurring those losses, why didn't you continue? But you have reviewed it. So, Mr. Speaker, my argument is that if you had prudently approached the management of the economy, you wouldn't have incurred losses. It wouldn't have taken the IMF to report those billions. And you come here today, after we had exposed this and brought it to visibility, you are now saying that we should approve this.
Indulge me once again.
Oh, very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, why not?
Yes.
I would sit down for him, please. At least he's been quiet. Yes, you are doing the right thing. I will sit down for you. Yeah, he is a member of Bank of Ghana board. So, Mr. Speaker, that's fine. No, I'll sit down. Don't worry.
Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. The Gold Board is a separate legal entity that has its own set of accounts that are audited. if they can prove from the audited accounts of Gold Board that Gold Board made losses, I'll resign as a member of parliament. Yeah. Let me tell you, the honest truth is that Gold Board made profit. So to say that Gold Board made losses is neither here nor there. The financial, who did Gold Board, who did government pay to? Did government pay the money to any individual that you know? No, I'm asking you, did the government of Ghana lose any money that was paid to any identifiable person that you know? Yes. For sure. Can you point one person? Can you? But who? Look at this. Look at what he's saying. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. I want them to stop misleading the people that Gold Board ever made losses. Gold Board is a profit-making entity that has rather made profit than the entities that they manage. My good leader was the chairman of ECG that made losses. Yeah. He was the chairman of Ghana Water Company that made losses. Yeah. Gold Board,
thank you.
Let's end it made profit, and I want that to reflect.
Let's end it there, please. Honorable members, please, we have to be a bit tolerant. We need to work on other facilities, but the interjections are too much. So I'm pleading with all of you. If you get up and I'm not able to identify you, please, we need to get on so that we'll be able to finish all this. I beg of you. So, leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, in all humility, you are our primus. And my duty is to accord the chair every respect. Mr. Speaker, when a member stood up on a point of order, Honorable Adongo, on a specific matter, and he made his point, Mr. Speaker, he goes on to make other submissions, and if the chair allows you to stay, what it means, Mr. Speaker, if you don't get it expunged or get him to justify, Mr. Speaker, then we are reducing this chamber into something else. I quoted the IMF report. IMF said the gold for reserves policy has resulted in losses, Mr. Speaker. The amount they quoted as of end year, 31st December 2025, was 9.6 billion cedis. This is not me. This is not me. The IMF further directed in their report that government would have to take steps to prevent further losses. And I'm saying that as a result of the minorities' intervention, the Gold Board and the World BOG convened a joint board meeting to first review that fees from 15% to 9%, which was positive, but which was to the credit of the minorities' loud voice on the matter that no, the losses are too much. Mr. Speaker, again, the fees was further reviewed to 5%. That was also after the minority had raised the issue on the floor. And yesterday, the Bank of Ghana announced that indeed they were no more going to finance the gold for reserve policy. So they are withdrawing. My argument, therefore, is that if they had listened to us, they wouldn't have incurred those losses. They would have saved the public purse. And if those savings were there, we wouldn't be here demanding for a loan. Because this is states own resources, 9.6 billion. And you said you were going to use that to finance an economic policy.
Leader,
We caution, Mr. Speaker.
can you conclude for me? Just wind up for me.
Very well. If it pleases the chair. Mr. Speaker, if it pleases the chair.
I give you 5
Mr.
minutes.
Speaker, if it pleases the chair.
5 minutes, conclude.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is very well. Very well.
So,
Mr. Speaker, our argument basically is that if the government had listened to us, it wouldn't have incurred over 9.6 billion in losses. And this has become part of the records of an international agency that has oversight on government. And Mr. Speaker, again, we are saying that it is okay to make an investment in education. After all, this policy was the brainchild of Akufo-Addo. They didn't believe in it. They doubted its success. But if today they have come and they think that it is a good policy, Mr. Speaker, we already know that free SHS is good for Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, it is good to make those investments. But, Mr. Speaker, after today, after they have used their majority to approve it, Mr. Speaker, we are not going to watch them unconcerned. No, we are going to open our eyes to look into the procurement. Mr. Speaker, you say you are going to construct bungalows. You are going to buy A, buy B, buy C. The minority will hold you accountable. Mr. Speaker, it's not going to be business as usual. We know your usual tactics. Use your numbers to intimidate us, but we will not be intimidated. We will hold you to account for every dollar you will take from the IMF. Mr. Speaker, that said, we are not here to stampede government business. We are here to provide a critical voice, to scrutinize and to draw the attention to some excesses and loopholes. We've done our work. The job is now for them to make the right investment and sustain this free SHS policy that Akufo-Addo Bawumia introduced into our education system. May God bless them and bless their years in public service. Mr. Speaker, alas, posterity has vindicated Akufo-Addo and Bawumia, and here we are. You are now borrowing for free SHS. We pray that you'll be able to sustain it. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Thank you so much. Yes, majority leadership.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, I'm not entertaining any interjections again. Yeah, leader, let's see.
Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, one point needs to be made clear, and the Deputy Minister for Finance has made it abundantly clear that this loan is not to finance free SHS. I don't know how the minority leader read the report. He said he had not read the report, and I asked for a 1-hour expansion so that he can read the report. But it is obvious that he has not read the report. Because if he had read the report, he would see that the major objective of this loan is to improve the quality of education. The quality of education. The quality of education. Because Ghanaians have received reports, and based on performance at WAEC, there is a perceived categorization of schools into grade A, grade B, grade C. And the underlying reason why some schools perform better than others is largely a function of infrastructure. And so this government has taken the bold step to abolish the idea of some schools being grade A's and others being grade C's. We want all schools to be grade A schools. And that requires investment in the infrastructure to equalize investment of infrastructure in all the schools so that they can all do well. All children will do well. And in addition, for schools that already have infrastructure shortage, for us to ensure a massive injection of infrastructure so that they can also do well. So that fundamentally is the object of this. Mr. Speaker, how would you boast of a senior high school system in which the schools will have to run shift systems? Shift systems.
Leader.
Shift systems.
Let me, your counterpart.
Mr. Speaker, I will not remain here. If I'm not here, that's a different matter. But once I remain here, I won't allow the majority leader to mislead this House. Mr. Speaker, the report is here. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate he said for Hansa to record that I have not read the report. Mr. Speaker, this is what the committee's report says. In conclusion, and with your leave, I quote, the committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the credit facility agreement between Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association, IDA, of the World Bank Group for an amount of 300 million to finance secondary education transformation for access. Is it not free SHS? Is it not free SHS? Is it not free SHS you are financing? Mr. Speaker, is it not the free SHS you are financing? Mr. Speaker, is it not the free SHS you are using this to finance?
Well.
Mr. Speaker, it continues. They will not listen. It continues. Secondary education transformation for access, relevance, and result for job projects in accordance with 181. Mr. Speaker, listen, Mr. Speaker, what educational policy are we implementing as a country? Free SHS. Mr. Speaker, the educational policy
Honorable members, please. Honorable members, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not done. Mr. Speaker,
Leader.
the free SHS policy, policy that is being implemented is what this is being used to finance.
Yes.
So why would the majority leader mislead this House?
Leader, thank you.
Why would he mislead this House?
Thank you. Majority
You are
leader,
using this to
can you
finance
conclude
free
for us?
SHS, and we never borrowed to finance free SHS.
Leader, can you conclude for us?
Mr. Speaker, having listened to the minority leader, he has made a strong case that he has read but he has not understood. He has read but he has not understood. So everything that is done in secondary education is free SHS. Didn't we have secondary education before the free was introduced? There was secondary education before the free was introduced. So it's not everything that you do in secondary education that is free SHS. So, Mr. Speaker, I also want to correct the record that the Gold Board has not in any report registered a loss. Indeed, I have read reports that say that the Gold Board has been very, very profitable. what you have seen in the IMF report is an indication that the mechanism for stabilizing the city using the purchase of gold from gold miners and the sale of the gold and the raking in of the dollar in order to ensure the stability of the city and adequate supply of dollars has certain costs. They don't think that the central bank should be bearing that cost. That basically is the gravamen of the report of the IMF, that there is a cost. You are enjoying a benefit if by your valuation the cost is far less than the benefit. Fine, as an economy. But they are uncomfortable with that cost being borne by the central bank. So the central bank embarks on a gradual program of withdrawing from the program so that the cost will go to some other area. But to say Gold Board is incurring costs, the Gold Board is incurring losses, Gold Board is wasteful, at every instance trying to destroy the brand of the Gold Board, we disagree. And let that end today.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Leader.
I believe that there is a consensus among us on all sides that this is a good loan and we should pass it. And I also want to address the fact that since I assumed my leadership, I have hardly seen this House process a loan transaction. In fact, this is the first time I'm seeing a loan agreement being brought to this House from the World Bank, from the World Bank, from the World Bank, from the World Bank, from the World Bank.
Leader, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is the first time I'm seeing a loan from the World Bank. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that this government has been very, very disciplined. Schools are running very well without these loans. Hospitals are running very well without these loans. Our district assemblies are running very well without these loans. Workers are being well paid without these loans. The electricity has been on without these loans.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, but we are not saying as a government that we will never take a loan. That's not what we're saying.
Thank you. Thank you.
We will take loans, we will take good loans, we will take loans that are not too costly, and when we take the loans, we will put the loans in the right sectors of the economy.
Thank you, Leader.
And this is what this loan testifies to. So I thank colleagues for accepting to approve this. I want to assure him that it is not only the minority that will keep an eye on the loans and how the loans are disbursed and the projects that are being executed. The entire House will keep an eye on the projects to ensure that we get value for money. And I can assure you that the Minister for Education will definitely do the right thing, so you don't need to be worried.
Thank you.
You can sleep with all your two eyes closed. Unlike in the past when we could not sleep with our two eyes closed.
Thank you, Leader.
I can assure you that you can sleep with your two eyes closed.
Leader, thank you. Honorable Minister for Education, will you conclude for us?
Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity and to thank the Ministry of Finance for putting this together with the Ministry of Education and to urge colleagues to support the approval of the $300 million to support secondary education transformation, which will necessarily include expanded infrastructure for our secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, shortly I'll share a picture with colleagues that we are currently reviewing these facilities with costs, and we'll subject it to value for money. And that, Mr. Speaker, this is Mr. Speaker, when this
I'll stop.
Honourable members, let's hold on. I'll put the question now. Honourable members, let me put the question now. Honourable members, all those in favour that motion listed 2 in today's order paper addendum, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 2 in today's order paper addendum is hereby carried. Yes,
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to procedural matter. And Mr. Speaker, with your guidance and then to relate that with the clerk at table. When a motion is debated based on a report from a committee, a member commenting on it, whether the member is a minister or not, it is not part of our practice to project an image on the screen. If it is a ministerial statement, or anything, you are allowed to do that. If the minister is making a statement and want to project things, if the minister, Mr. Speaker, if the minister responsible is making a statement which is on policy and want to project something, it is allowed, but not when every member is commenting on a report of a committee. I want to draw your attention to that.
Well noted. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from Honorable Habib whether projections on the screens are part of the Hansard. Are they part of the Hansard? They are not part of the Hansard. So whatever is projected on the screen has nothing to do with the records of this House. It has nothing to do with the records of this House. So I don't know why he will take issue with the Minister for Education projecting very beautifully the edifices that will be constructed out of this money that we are approving. This is the very person who says that he wants to participate, he wants to observe, he wants to see what is happening. The minister has started showing him what will happen and he's running away. You said you want to see. You will follow up to see what the money is going to be used for. The minister is showing you what he will use the money for. And he said he shouldn't show you.
Honorable Leader, thank you. Honorable members, resolution.
Mr. Speaker, we need to get certain facts right, so that all of us will be guided. If the majority leader is saying that there is nothing wrong in getting certain pictures and exhibits and all of that projected on the screen, Mr. Speaker, then we are guided. If that is your ruling, then all of us will come prepared, because we have a lot to share, so that as we debate, Mr. Speaker, for instance, when the majority leader said it is the first time of we getting a World Bank loan, we checked on the 2nd of July, for instance, 2025, this government came for 360 million IDA facility.
Honorable members, we halted the program, so let's put that one aside. I'm not.
Mr. Speaker, on the 2nd of July 2025, there was a World Bank facility that this House approved for $360 million as a post-COVID recovery support. So if the majority leader says this is the first time we are getting a World Bank loan, Mr. Speaker, it is not correct.
Well.
It is not.
Well. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, honorable members, item 3, resolution. Minister, Deputy Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that item number 3 on today's order paper addendum 2 be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I object to that. Mr. Speaker, he states Minister for Finance. He's not the Minister for Finance, and he never seek a leave. Are you the Minister for Finance? Are you the Minister for Finance?
Honorable Habib.
The rule says that Minister for Finance, there is no application for the deputy to do that. And he's not the Minister for Finance.
Honorable Habib.
Are you the Minister for Finance?
Honorable
Are you the
Habib.
Minister for Finance? Or you want to overthrow your boss? Or you want to overthrow your boss? Mr. Speaker, my point here is that the resolution said by the Minister for Finance, and he is not the Minister for Finance.
Okay.
Or you are attempting to overthrow your boss.
Make the application. Make the application.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please, we are mature. I mean, we are here to do business. Let's respect ourselves. I beg of you. No. Honorable members, please. Leader, make an
Mr.
application.
Speaker, so we'll ask for leave for the Deputy Minister for Finance to move the motion the resolution advertised as item number 3. The Deputy Minister, as we all know, has traditionally been the person pushing these transactions in the House. So we thought that it was a matter of course that he will be the one to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any objection to that.
Thank you very much. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that item number 3 on today's order paper addendum 2 be moved now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, we don't joke with procedure. Mr. Speaker, we have to take procedural issues serious. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Yusuf.
No, not yet. No.
Yusuf, I appreciate what we are telling, but please. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kuma, please.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to understand exactly what the Deputy Minister did. Mr. Speaker, leave was sought for him to move a motion. The particular motion he was to move and the terms of that motion, Mr. Speaker, was not exactly what he did. That is why I rose to draw his attention to properly move the motion. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of record. This is a house of record. So I'm only pleading with him to do the proper thing. After the leave was granted, He knows how to move the motion. Look at the terms of the motion and move it in a manner known to the House. That is all, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Because we are in minority, we should just shut our eyes so that it is yeah. If they don't want us to draw their attention, we will not. We will not. If we draw your attention to something, that you get irritated. You use all manner of words, abuse us all the time. You are being abusive because you are a deputy minister. Yes. Enjoy. Yes. Because that is what he did. It's not you. It's not honorable you. It's not you, deputy finance minister. The member who abused me knows himself. But I will not mention his name out of great respect.
Leader, thank you.
He knows.
Leader, thank you. Leader, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. We have been in this House.
Leader, let's hear you.
Oh, he actually said, leader, let's hear you. So I was called. No, he just repeated it. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to listen in silence to the minority leader because I was hoping that he will show what was wrong about the motion as moved by the Deputy Finance Minister. We have been in this House and we have developed conventions and practices to save time. And everybody knows that it is not all the time that a mover of a motion reads the entire resolution or the entire motion. Very often we say we are moving the motion itemized as number 7. I so move. That's what we do all the time. So I wanted to hear the minority leader, not because I thought he would not waste my time, but because I was hoping that, because I was hoping that he will show exactly what went wrong with what the Deputy Finance Minister did. But clearly, he has wasted our time because he hasn't shown that the Deputy Finance Minister did anything wrong in moving the motion. And yet, when you are doing that and people are protesting because they think we are just wasting time, then you turn and say they are not respecting you.
Leader, thank you. Leader, thank you. Yes. Deputy Minister, may you help us once again. It's moved. Moved and seconded. Yes. Have you seconded it? Honourable members, the resolution listed 3 in today's other paper addendum has been moved and seconded. It is before the House for consideration. Honourable members, the question is, all those in favor of the resolution listed 3 say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The resolution listed 3 in today's other paper addendum has been adopted. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Come back.
Mr. Speaker, we will take motion number 7. Motion number 7. Yes.
Come with me to page 5, item listed 7, motion. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I move that motion number 7 on today's order paper addendum be moved now. Addendum 2 be moved now.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I like to second the motion.
Well, honorable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded. Honorable members will indulge me that this is procedural, and therefore I'll go ahead and put the question. All those in favor that motion listed 7 in today's order paper addendum, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now 8. Substantive motion 8.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion number 8 on today's order paper addendum 2 be moved now. Mr. Speaker, by so doing, I would like to present the committee's report. I will highlight key aspects of the report and request that Hansard captures the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, the credit facility agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of $500 million United States dollars to finance the Ghana Market Access and Connectivity Project was presented to this House on the 16th of July 2026 in accordance with Article 1812 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the committee met with the Ministry of Finance, represented by the Deputy Minister for Finance, Honorable
Isaac Adongo, kindly indulge me to cede the seat to the First Deputy Speaker. Yes. No, you may go on.
All right.
Honourable members, order.
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Zikadongo, you may continue. Honourable Zikadongo, you may continue.
Oh, Charlie. Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that inadequate transport infrastructure remains one of the major constraints to agricultural development in Ghana. Poor feeder roads reduce farmers' access to markets, increase transportation losses, and contribute significantly to post-harvest losses. The government has therefore prioritized investment in rural infrastructure and feeder roads to be able to address some of these challenges. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that the current loan agreement that is presented, together with the other two, form the first replenishment withdrawal by the government of Ghana under IDA 21. But Mr. Speaker, between 2020 to 2022, the government of Ghana withdrew 1.7 billion under IDA 19. And between July 2022 and June 2025, a further 2.5 billion was withdrawn by the government. Mr. Speaker, members raised concerns about the fact that some projects in their constituencies were not covered. Subsequently, we engaged the Minister for Roads, and he indicated that the ministry was already packaging a second phase of the project and has identified a number of districts and regions that have been underserved, and that a total of 417 kilometers of roads are expected to be funded under the phase 2. And therefore, for those areas that were not covered, you can take solace in the fact that there's a second phase that is coming to address that. But also, we also got a commitment of the ministry to prioritize those other districts in the government's own budget for 2027. And therefore, we request that members should take notice of those arrangements by the ministry to provide additional support for their constituencies. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore recommends to this House that we should approve the committee's report by consensus and approve the loan facility to enable the Ministry of Roads and Highways to implement the project as indicated to the committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move, report presented. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, looking at the terms of the facility,
Are you
this is a
seconding the
very
motion?
good facility that will help
Are you
us.
seconding the motion, or you are just speaking to the report?
Yeah, I'm seconding the motion.
That is
and
so.
speak to your report.
Yes.
He's the one who's using.
Mr. Speaker, like I said, looking at the terms of the facility, I think it's a very good concessional facility that we are taking. But what I want to caution the ministry is that if we check the condition item 8, we have 0.5 per annum on unwithdrawn financing balance. So they have to expect that action on the utilization of the facility. But the more you keep the money in there, the more you are paying interest on unwithdrawn balance. So whatever they intended to use the facility for, they have to expect that action on it. So by the end of the day, we get value for money. So like the chairman said, many of the communities were not captured. So they've made provision in the 2027 budget so that it will take care of all those communities so that they will also benefit, especially in terms of feeder roads development. So with these few words, I call on members to support your committee's report. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Stephen Amwa.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I rise up not in extreme disagreement with the motion. But Mr. Speaker, before then, I would like us to put this whole loan into a certain well-defined context so we can actually, going forward, apart from getting value for money, we will also make some sort of essential adjustments when we want to deal with facilities of this nature. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time as a house or a country we are engaging the World Bank or other facilitators, in getting this loan for the purpose we are actually being presented to this very evening in this August House. Mr. Speaker, my concern is that we all agree that agriculture used to be and still the mainstay of our economy, although its component in terms of this fundamental parameter or variable has been reduced. you realize that if we actually contract loans, and the loans are not meant to deal comprehensively with each of the essential segments of the entire value chain, we don't get the needed results. Mr. Speaker, connecting the farms to the market has been a cliche, a national chorus next to adding secondary value. However, it is very important that we support this very good cause. But then, we need to be taking the needed precautionary measures and make sure that the money is used and used effectively to attain the purpose for which we are contracting this loan. Many a time, we take the loan, you do impact analysis after the functional or expected functional period, and you realize that there is an obligation to perform as a country. We add to our debt stock, however, we don't get the results. Mr. Speaker, the next thing I want us to also look at is we need to put this context in dealing with consolidating our fiscal space in terms of certain anchors and targets and become relevant as a state in our country. I know the IMF and other bodies are looking forward to we waking up one day as a country, setting our anchors to about 40%. And I know our debt to GDP has been reduced. Yes. When we had a crisis, we went as far as over 85%. By the time we left power, it was around 60, 62. Now it's below 50. I stand to be corrected. But Mr. Speaker, all these do not illustrate the needed resilience we need as a country. And rely on some of these things in the attempt to strengthen the strategic assets and sectors in our areas. But implementing them and making sure that we touch on the right areas, supervise them, and make sure we do that. We don't. So, Mr. Speaker, I only like to admonish the Finance Ministry and the implementers and the stakeholders of this fund that it doesn't have to be the usual cliche that we've gotten money for this purpose, then we come back next year, connecting the things to the farms. We keep on doing, the cocoa roads under their tenor and under our tenor. And Ghana, we seem to be recycling the same problems all the time. We cannot keep on doing this. This amount is huge, and it's not free. Whether it's a concessionary loan or what, it's not free. We are going to pay. And it's in dollars. It comes with risk. So I'm just admonishing my brothers at the other side who are kind of creating some sort of destructive interference of waves because they are getting this, to redefine and position themselves well and make sure that they don't keep on, but I thought they were not going to take loans. I hear one of my brothers saying that, our time, they complained because we went beyond the policy requirement. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised. We have exclusion clauses, and that is why the PFM Act 921, Section 18, states some of them. Circumstances under which we can trigger these clauses to make sure that whatever is confronting us as a country, especially when there is endemic or pandemic diseases or war or natural disaster, you don't expect a country such as Ghana not to trigger the exclusion clauses so we can even go beyond our targets. And some of these things, we need to put them in the context in order not to do propaganda and paint a picture as if our government was not doing what was not needful. We are actually complying with the laws.
Kindly conclude for me.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, sir. So, Mr. Speaker, now I have to move from. The next thing is the fact that one of the key purposes of our state budget is regional development balance. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the beneficiaries in terms of regions and districts, our chairman emphasize that. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very serious. Ashanti region alone, in terms of size of population, we are about 16.5. Average population size for the 16 regions is about 6.2. But you can only see Ejura Sechuredumase. That's all I can see here. I stand to be corrected. What it means is that we are contracting loans for the very... If you look at even the next page, what is there? Mr. Speaker, look, where is here? Check. And we are trying to say that this country needs to be treated in a way that the state purposes, when it comes to our budget distribution, will be done in a way that every region, every district, all of us can benefit equally. In fact, they say equality is equity. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to farms, when it comes to agriculture, you realize that Ashanti region, Bunahafu, Eastern, and others also play very critical roles. But you look at how they've been marginalized, it is extremely unacceptable. And even though I speak to support it, going forward, I'm just admonishing them that they need to place these redistribution policies in the context that others will not be seen as being left out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, I've heard our friends, and the beauty of it is that nobody is against this. The terms are highly concessional. Everybody is happy with this. But a few issues that they are raising, some of them will have to be responded to. But, Mr. Speaker, if you look at this facility and the utilization as has been presented to this House, is something that everybody must see, that government today is making deliberate effort to ensure that when we assess financing, it goes into tangible things and not the very soft things. Mr. Speaker, out of the $500 million that we are assessing, we are spending $475 million on actual construction of our feeder roads. The rehabilitation of the feeder roads, that component is $473 million. The next component, which is road maintenance, the loan part of $18 million is also going to be applied for the maintenance of our roads. So if you put the two together, you see that almost the $500 million is going directly into the construction of our roads. In fact, $491 million is going directly into the actual construction. It is only $9 million that is under the component that will be used to strengthen the institutional capacity of the Ministry of Roads and Highways and the Department of Feeder Roads, and also the Environmental Protection Agencies and Land Valuation Division. These are the institutions that are going to utilize the $5 million. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the point we have been making. In addition to this, and most importantly, you see, we construct roads and we allow them to deteriorate. So this particular program is making available a total of $41 million for the maintenance of the roads that will be constructed on a performance-based contract basis. So what that is going to do is that there will be contracts awarded to some construction companies. You maintain the road, it is inspected that you have done the work before you are paid. So, Mr. Speaker, over 98% of the money is going into the actual construction. Mr. Speaker, an important point was made by Honorable Achampong that if you look at the terms of the contract, there is a 0.5% commitment charge on the unwithdrawn balance. So he was cautioning that we should make sure that we draw down and utilize the money expeditiously so that we don't incur that cost. But I can assure you that a hard-working road minister, who we have all seen running around the length and breadth of this country inspecting roads, will not rest knowing that there is funding available to fix roads. He is in a hurry to fix Ghana's roads, and so he will make sure the money is utilized. But the good news is that even though this is part of the terms, the board of the World Bank has waived it, and so we don't have to pay that 0.5% commitment charge. The board takes that decision on annual basis. Currently, the decision is that it is waived, and we want to assure you that we will work together with the road ministry to ensure that we draw down and apply the money for the purpose for which we have come to this house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Gideon Bako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the debate on the report of the Finance Committee on this credit facility of $523 million. Mr. Speaker, as elaborated by the chairman of the committee, this facility goes to address the inadequacy of road or transport infrastructure in the country. The Speaker, I have no hesitation at all to support this credit facility because all of us sitting here have feeder roads and bad roads in our constituencies, and we have been hoping to get these addressed. Mr. Speaker, the matter of poor roads, especially those that go to the farm gates, go beyond just providing or inhibiting access to transportation. Mr. Speaker, the economic effect of bad roads or bad feeder roads is that of what this facility is seeking to address. If you read the report is talking about the facility contributing significantly to eradicate or reduce post-harvest losses. Mr. Speaker, the issue of post-harvest loss is something that we should pay attention to as a country. It is estimated that every year between 30 to 50% of fruits or vegetables produced in this country go waste. And for tomato production, about 45% are lost due to post-harvest losses because of poor roads and also no storage facilities. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at this post-harvest loss, last year, for instance, the total production of tomatoes is estimated around 1.7 billion cedis. And Mr. Speaker, if we have half of this going waste as a result of poor roads, that's about close to 900 or 700, more than 700 million Ghana cedis. This reduces the income of the farmer. So it is not out of place for some economists to suggest that post-harvest losses are hidden taxes that are not paid or that are not imposed by any law, but the farmer will have to pay it at all costs. Mr. Speaker, when there are post-harvest losses, it leads to triple national loss because in the first place, the farmer who is doing the production is losing income because the loss that is suffered is eating into the income of the farmer. Then again, once the farmer does not have the produce to make sales, it means that government revenue also reduces because there's no VAT, consumption taxes and all of that. And once production is reduced and supply to the market is also reduced, prices go higher. And those of us in Accra, Kumasi, and everywhere in the country, we have to suffer to pay that. So, Mr. Speaker, if we have a facility that is going to address it, it is going to help all of us to address or deal with the most regressive tax that we have been paying, but we are not paying attention to, which is the post-harvest loss. And therefore, a bad road is not just inconvenience, it is a tax collector. And we are seeking to avoid this tax, this hidden tax,
that all of us will have to pay as a result of post-harvest losses.
Mr.
Speaker,
conclude.
if you look at the report, just to conclude, the report also acknowledges the difficulty or the problems that is inherent in the facility as a result of the selection of the routes. And Mr. Speaker, unfortunately for me, if you go to the table of all the routes or the constituencies that have been listed here, 4 constituencies in Ahafo out of the 6, my constituency is left out. And just as the report indicates, with the assurance of the minister that the constituencies or the districts that have not been catered for in this will be catered for in subsequent provisions. And I thank the minister for pledging that in the subsequent provisions, Tanonof will also be catered for. And once that is done, all of us will see the benefit of this facility, such that the people in our constituencies will also see that government allocation is made towards our constituencies, and all of us will be better off as members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion.
I want you to conclude. So let me give the opportunity to the minority leadership. Minority leadership. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to Dr. Kabiru.
Dr. Kabiru, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, I will first and foremost say that this report, having been submitted to the committee on the floor of Parliament, we've realized some mistakes, and they are fundamental mistakes. Mr. Speaker, the first mistake is the statement that the credit facility we are drawing from is from the IDA 2020 replacement cycle. Mr. Speaker, the minister informed us that this loan was approved on the 28th of March 2026. The IDA 20 cycle closed per the report on 30th of June 2025. Almost 1 year after the cycle had closed, they are approving a project. That cannot be right. That cannot be true. And the report would have to correct it. If it is a mistake, they have to correct it. Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the committee is asking for further clarity on the point. And if you indulge, Mr. Speaker, the report is saying that this credit facility now before the committee, that is the report we are considering, is being financed from the Ghana's allocation under the IDA 20 replacement cycle. Mr. Speaker, and I'm drawing the attention of the House to the fact that IDA 20 was closed. It closed on the 30th of June 2025. So we couldn't have been drawing from that particular cycle. And that I am of the view, and I'm of the thought that we are drawing from the IDA 2021. And if that is the case, the report will have to reflect that, because this is a House of Record. That's the first thing. Mr. Speaker, the second mistake in the report is telling that the project is a maturity period of 30 years. Mr. Speaker, if you take 5 years grace period and you take the repayment period, we are doing about 19.5 years. And if you add the grace period, we are doing 24 years maturity period. Here, the report is saying the maturity period is 30, and when you add the figures, it is 24.5 years. That is another mistake in this report, that we cannot approve it on the face of those patent mistakes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, apart from this, there are also issues that we need to consider. The first issue is the fact that we don't have effective interest rates, which are raised in the previous report, and it runs across, because for a government to want to borrow about $1 billion United States dollars, and there is no effective interest rate, Mr. Speaker, we cannot be borrowing at large. And that is the point I think that we need to stress, that almost $1 billion United States dollar is being borrowed today, and there is no firm handle on the interest rate. We cannot be doing that as a country. Mr. Speaker, we know that under the IMF program,
considering how much is the figure under the report?
Under the report, we are considering 500 million. But Mr. Speaker,
is it $1 billion?
500 million United States dollars.
Is it $1 billion?
Mr. Speaker, it is not $1 billion, but I am making a point that, Mr. Speaker, that we have already considered an initial 300 million. So please, when I'm making the statement, I'm not saying in reference because it is tied to a previous mistake in the old report, Mr. Speaker. Unless, of course, you are saying that we should not make reference to an old report.
Well, this is the report we are debating.
Mr. Speaker, I will continue. Mr. Speaker, there is also an issue of debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, under the IMF program, we are supposed to have a debt to GDP of 55% and domestic debt to GDP, external debt to GDP of 40%. Mr. Speaker, this report, and as of even the minister's memorandum, has not addressed this issue as to how this is compounding our debt stock in relative to that particular target under the IMF program, which is a target we have to religiously abide by. It is not contained in this report. Mr. Speaker, the next issue is the counterpart funding. It is only a verbal assurance that the minister has given us in the report, because the counterpart funding is a very important component of this particular agreement. But the minister only gave us a verbal assurance under Section 10 of this report that they will provide the counterpart funding. Mr. Speaker, I think that we need further much more commitment than that's it. Mr. Speaker, the last issue is the contingent emergency response fund. Mr. Speaker, we have experience as a house under the gun rate project. The problem with this particular agreement is that it has not given us any trigger or situation that we will consider as emergency, to which that will allow them to reallocate funds. Because under the emergency program, funds can be reallocated to address emergency issues. However, they have not given us the triggers of that particular emergency issue. Secondly, they have not even given us approval thresholds under which they are going to use the emergency fund. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, there is no parliamentary oversight. In other words, if there's emergency, as to whether Parliament will be involved in the determination of the situation that constitutes emergency, or even in the threshold, Mr. Speaker, they are lacking in this report.
Honorable
Mr. Speaker,
Dr. Kabiru, parliamentary oversight cannot be prohibited or allowed by an agreement.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying that parliamentary oversight will be allowed by agreement, but Mr. Speaker, financial agreements are regulated by the laws of the country, and financial agreements are actually to have financial parliamentary oversight by Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, if we say that we cannot legislate financial oversight, Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ, because we want Parliament to have insight as to what will constitute emergency, so that public funds will not be used in a manner that is in line, that's not in line with the project. Mr. Speaker, these are the genuine concerns.
Can we conclude?
Mr. Speaker, these are the concerns we have, and I have, about this particular project, and until such time that those are addressed, Mr. Speaker, with the greater respect, I have hesitation supporting this particular agreement. Mr. Speaker, I'm not oblivious of the fact that we also drew their attention at committee level to the fact that the whole of Northeast region, the food basket in terms of rice farming has been omitted in this particular agricultural project. Mr. Speaker, agriculture project in the sense that it is linking production centers to the market, and it is dealing with rehabilitation of roads, feeder roads. Mr. Speaker, such an oversight cannot be tolerated because they need to be having centers that are actually the food baskets of this country. Mr. Speaker, lastly, we asked the Minister of Roads and the team to give us a report of the basis for the selection of those particular communities or districts. Mr. Speaker, we need to tie in productivity of agriculture to those particular areas they have selected. Without that, we'll be using funds that we will pay for in the next 30 years without any meaningful intervention associated with them. Mr. Speaker, these were the concerns we raised, and I will raise them with a view that they will be addressed in the report. They have not been addressed. And to that extent, Mr. Speaker, I urge this House that we will have, even if we are approving it, we should approve subject to the remedies or ratification of such issues. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I got up to really agree with a few things that my colleague raised, particularly that I want to seek for amendment. I want to amend the report. I want to amend the report. That's my report, and I want to amend it.
Honorable Adongo, hold it. Honorable Habib, what is the issue?
Mr. Speaker, my colleague, Honorable Adongo, I remember when we mentioned the debate, then you came to leadership. Then we yielded to him. So now it's the turn of the majority leadership. If they are yielding to him...
But did you listen to his submission?
Mr. Speaker, I listen.
He is pointing out some errors. That is why the chairman of the committee have given him the floor.
Mr. Speaker, our rules in Standing Order 122, give us a clear direction as to how to interrupt debate.
Honorable Habib, Honorable Adongo is not interrupting debate.
Mr. Speaker, he
is not interrupting debate.
For us to allow him to do
I'm
that.
saying that he is not interrupting debate. Order 122 applies when the member is on his feet to interrupt debate.
Yes.
But in this case, he is not interrupting debate. So Standing Order 122 does not apply.
Mr. Speaker, so in this case, it's the turn of the majority to conclude.
Yes.
So on what basis is he under his feet?
Honorable Habib, I am the one presiding. I have given him the floor in view of the fact that when you yielded to Honorable Dr. Kabiru, he pointed at one or two things which has to be corrected per the report. And it is the chairman that has the right to do those corrections. So if the chairman is up, it is not out of order.
Mr. Speaker, if he also makes mistake, I think you will give us the opportunity to also correct him.
Then why did he say he's drawing the chairman's attention for correction? That's why I'm asking whether you listen to Honorable Dr. Kabiru very well.
Mr. Speaker, I am not on my feet to debate. I listened to my colleague make reference to very important issue, which inadvertently appeared on the face of the report. And I just want to amend that portion of the report. That the current replenishment cycle that we are drawing this money from is either 21, which is exactly what he referred to. So I'm just amending the report. I'm not debating him. But also to indicate that if you take your time to read the project appraisal document that comes with this loan agreement, the project appraisal document addresses most of the issues that he's talking about. The issues about what constitutes contingency is addressed in the project appraisal document. So if my colleague wants to know what is being defined as contingency, you will find it from there. But we have a history of Gary when 65 million of contingency in the agreement was varied to support COVID-19. It was not stated in the face of the agreement. It was not stated on the face of the agreement.
Honorable Adongo,
but
just
those are the
conclude.
issues.
Don't talk to him.
Some
Yes.
Some people don't want to hear Gary. But Gary, you took $65 million
Honorable
from the World
Adongo,
Bank
conclude.
money. So what is your problem?
Yes, Honorable Kwame Aguja.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I want to thank colleagues for the contribution. We take their comments in good faith. Dr. Boako, we didn't have this facility, but we are still working in your constituency. So it's not the case that this is the only project or this is the only intervention we are doing. So Dr. Boako, we are still working. There's a project going on in your constituency, and at the same time, it's not going on in some other people's constituency. So let's take that on board. Mr. Speaker, earlier, the Deputy Finance Minister did make a comment about how we utilize the development funds. Mr. Speaker, we must be proud of ourselves in this House that since I entered this House, this will be the first time that we take a loan and we actually use 98% of the money for things that the label we put on it. Mr. Speaker, in the past, we actually borrow money for agriculture and not even a grass is planted by the time we draw down that money. Mr. Speaker, the first time I had an interaction with the World Bank on this loan, they said the loan was for 400 million, and there were visits to other countries, and there were provisions that the feasibility, Jerry, if you allow me to speak. Mr. Speaker, colleagues can
it is okay to harass, but if you listen to me, your constituents will understand that you are about to take a decision that benefits them. Mr. Speaker, the World Bank was planning that a chunk of the money will be used for consultancy by consultants outside of our country. I told them Ghana is no longer interested in borrowing money and give to citizens of other countries to do feasibility on feeder roads in this country. I don't see the point of a consultant from another country coming to do feasibility on feeder roads. They said it's not part of their rule, and I said, thank you very much. Ghana can live without $400 million, and I closed the meeting. 2 weeks' time, they came back and increased the money to $500 million and said that they will allow us to do exactly what I said. And I said, no trip to New York, no V8, nothing like that. And that is how we achieved the 98% of this. And it is simply because I have come to realize that the accusation of World Bank that they come and impose things on us, actually we are the cause of why they give us those conditions. Yes. I just told them we don't need the $400 million. Ghana can live without it. And they changed their rules. Maybe somebody else would have just said, that, okay, if that's what you want to do, we are interested. Because in this house in 2013, when I got to this house, we have all borrowed money and did nothing with it. So it is true that we borrowed money and spent 40% of the money doing other things before. But under President Mohammed's reset, this will be the first time that we borrow money for road and 98% of the money will be spent on road. And we must be proud of this as a house. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker also made a very important point that we must take on board. Mr. Speaker, it is heartbreaking if we consider how much money we spent for the past 20 years on roads, and yet you cannot drive on any 20 kilometers of this road on this country without meeting a pothole. So what were we borrowing the money or taking taxpayers' money for on roads in our country? What were we doing with the money? And it's a combination of the neglect of ourselves, the engineers, and contractors. That is why there must be a new reset where all of us must pay attention. That is why what Honorable Speaker is saying is very important. Supervision of the works to make sure that the contractors who take these monies carry out the work to the letter. And we will not relent in making sure that we are on their tail day and night to make sure when you take public money to build road, you only don't build road, you build road that lasts the time that you said the road will last. Mr. Speaker, I met a contractor today, and I said that you say you've been building roads for the past 20 years, but I am not aware of any road that you have built that has lasted 5 years without a pothole on it. Was looking at my face. And from now, when you build road as a contractor, and it fails less than that, you cannot blame it on the weather alone, because the weather was around before we did the design and gave it to you. So, Mr. Speaker, we are going to follow up on that. Mr. Speaker, colleagues also made a point about the distribution of the project. Mr. Speaker, when we met the World Bank, they wanted to do this project in only 4 regions. The data for this project did not come from Ministry of Road. The data for the road were provided by Ministry of Food and Agriculture. So it is not a case that we went selecting which regions to do project or not. It was supposed to be the President's 5,000-kilometer promise. This is just 1,050 kilometers out of the 5,000. So others will come. And Mr. Speaker, don't forget that we are doing many other interventions. Honorable Speaker we talked about Ashanti region. Of course, on record, 50-60% of Ghana's road budget is spent on Greater Accra, Ashanti, and the Eastern region. That is a fact. In fact, when I became a minister, when I went to OT region, not a single contractor was doing any road work in OT region. So we are here for equity, and we agree. Mr. Speaker, I just realized that nobody even noticed that Adaklu didn't feature as a constituency or district on this, because we want to do the right thing. So you cannot smuggle Adaklu in if the data didn't support the fact that Adaklu must be part of this. So Adaklu is not part of it. So if your district, your constituency is not part of it, don't worry. I have hope one day Adaklu will feature. Yours will also feature. It's as simple as that. Mr. Speaker, the last one I want to talk about is how we, as members of parliament, monitor this. I want to take the opportunity to commend some colleagues who have made it a point to make sure that every road work going on in their backyard,
they are always visiting, working with the contractors to make sure we do a good job. And I even want to thank even ordinary members of the society who this evening will send me videos of how many workers turned up on a particular construction site because they don't trust the contractor intend to do the work. So they will send me videos and say, Honorable, omun mienu pe neba juma ha enra. Omun here and then juma. To it, as for this contractor, I didn't come to work today. And I'm very happy about that level of enthusiasm. And I want to encourage colleague members of parliament to do same. It is your road, it is our road. Don't just leave the contractors. The contractors don't intend to do the wrong thing. But just as the same, when you have kids in the house, they know that our father never comes home on time. When you give them assignment and say they should study at 7 o'clock, they won't because they know nobody is monitoring. The contractors needed to be treated the same way because they take a chunk. Majority of government capital expenditure is spent on roads. So when we are very aggressive, we just want to have justification why we receive that money at the Ministry of Road. We cannot take the highest amount of capital expenditure and just distribute it to contractors and go and sleep. So please, don't think that we are bearing on contractors. We just want to protect your money. How do we justify that today we pay 16 billion cedis to contractors in terms of arrears? When you go around the country, did you see 16 billion cedis worth of work done anywhere? In your constituency, did you see 16 billion? So it is our responsibility to make sure that the right thing is done. So, Mr. Speaker, I take the challenge that this money, when it's disbursed to contractors, if you are a contractor who sees this as business, just business, please don't turn up because you will not have it easy. If you participate in this, you will build roads, and this road must last the period within which we are expecting it to last. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask all colleagues, big push is about all of us. Every road project, even pothole patching, is about us. Let's ensure that we protect the public purse. And on this, as the President directs, we are going to make sure that when you get the opportunity to build this road, you build the best road, and you build roads that last, and nobody is going to waste public money on this. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank colleagues, and every comment made here, I take them serious, and we make sure that we work together to make sure our roads get better in our lifetime. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it, the motion is adopted. Now, consequential resolution number 9. Honourable Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, sorry. With your kind indulgence, he will, on behalf of the Minister for Finance, the Deputy Minister.
Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any problem with that.
Very well, Deputy Minister, you may move the consequential resolution number 9.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that resolution number 9 on today's order paper addendum 2 on page 6 be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
All members, resolution ably moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All members, resolution moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. All members, this is the resolution. I'll therefore put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The resolution numbered 9 at page 6 of the order paper addendum 2 is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
We are left with one item number 5.
Well, must we take item numbered 4 before 5?
Yeah, 4 procedural and then 5.
Procedural motion numbered 4. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the motion numbered 4 on today's order paper addendum 2 be moved now.
Honourable members, the procedural motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I like to second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. This is a procedural motion. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now we move to consequential motion number 5. Chairman of the committee. Chairman of the committee. Motion number 5.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that motion number 5 on today's order paper addendum be moved now. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I will read the committee's report. I'll just go to a few issues and request that Hansard should capture the entire report. Mr. Speaker, the credit facility agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Minister of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group, for an amount of $22 million to finance the harmonization and improving statistics in West Africa project. Additional financing was presented to the House on the 16th of July 2026, and in accordance with Article 1812. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee, having considered the report and met with the Minister of Finance and the Ghana Statistical Service, hereby recommend to this House by consensus to adopt the report of the committee and approve the loan agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move report presented. Any seconder? Yes, Honourable Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, again, I want the chairman to take, again, note of some mistakes or errors on the face of the report. And those errors has to do with the repayment period of the facility. If the chairman would take notice of that, we're expecting to repay this particular facility in 25 years. But when you do the tallying again of the grace period plus the repayment period as was specified, we are falling short of the 25 year. We are looking at around 18 years of repayment. So we need to reconcile that. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that we have is the fact that it is so staggering and scary that you would think that the Ghana Statistical Service is going to be given an amount of 22 million Ghana cedi for data production. Mr. Speaker, $22 million. And if we approve this particular amount, that's I was saying, it brings our total borrowing just for today to some $1 billion United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, the difficulty I don't have with this particular proposal to the GSS is the fact that we are talking about data sovereignty, we are talking about data accuracy, we are talking about the importance of data being the new good. That is the reason why I personally don't have issues with the fact that we are trying to resource. We are trying to give the Ghana Statistical Service the capacity in order to do data harmonization within West Africa and within Africa. But you look at the amount involved, one would have thought that the Ghana Statistical Service would have been... Mr. Speaker, and there's one other thing that they say that it is concessional. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that the loan is not concessional because a concessional loan has a grant component. Nowhere in this particular agreement have they provided grant. They are all commercial agreements. It's just that interest rates are lower, and we must admit that once interest is lower, somehow it's better than borrowing from the commercial market. But the fact that the loan has not got grant element, and you are describing it in your report as highly concessional, with the greatest respect, Mr. Speaker, that is a misnomer. That cannot be an accurate description of what the loan is. And I think that we need to put that on record that this is a low-interest credit facility. It is not highly concessional credit facility, and that we have an obligation to pay this loan. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the House to, consider approving this particular facility. But we will need to be guided by the precondition precedents and also, some of the conditionalities associated with that facility, which we have discussed at the committee level. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Before then, I'll ask the chairman whether he agreed and there is something to be corrected on the
Mr.
report.
Speaker, I just wanted to indicate that this is an additional financing. There was an original $150 million that was advanced for this project in 2020. But they have a few other activities to complete the entire project. And that additional activities is what we are taking the $22 million for. So it is not that we are giving, in one breath we are saying that we are borrowing too much, in another breath we are saying that we are not borrowing so much for Ghana Statistical Service. But I just want to say that we have already given them $150 million, and this is an additional finance, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable Stephen Amo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise up to speak in favor of or to support this loan facility or report. In that, Mr. Speaker, and I'm one of the advocates for the ineffective way our data system has been managed over the years as a country. Many a time, most of our policies and programs, especially our manifestos and even government policies they implement, in my opinion, lack the needed basic, well-researched data with integrity and correctness to support it and give it the needed longevity, success, and resilience. And because we do these things, most of our policies as a country, they don't last. They are not successful. So if we are making an attempt as a country to look into those areas where or in which we are giving extra attention to strengthening our database system and also extend that into getting the expected integration within the sub-region, I'm sure it's something that all of us must support. Mr. Speaker, but then we need to ask ourselves, how do we as a country make good use of the data we are talking about? We just met Statistical Service recently, and I realized that even they themselves, they are not doing that bad. However, you realize that most of our targets we set, economic targets we set, and most of the policy frameworks we develop and our programs, honestly, you go into it and you realize that they were done basically on ad hoc basis. You can find a lot of arbitrariness in developing those processes and our decision-making processes. And so as much as we are committing this amount to it, hopefully to change a lot of things and bring a new paradigm shift, I'm just admonishing that government should make sure that this amount will provide the needed resource we want as a country. We don't want a situation where one day we come back to it and, Mr. Speaker, we don't derive the expected results. Mr. Speaker, sitting down, I would like to also really admonish them, I mean those who are in charge, to make sure that for them to include the countries around us, the West African region, we should be able to, in terms of sub-regional analysis, this whole amount of facility can be implemented in such a way that we can deduce its component within the regional performance framework. Mr. Speaker, apart from this, I don't have much to say, but to say that yes, it's a good thing that I accord it the needed support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, probably let me take the minority leadership first. Yes, then I can hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, let me this thing, then you conclude. Very well.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank honorable members and to say that, as has been explained earlier, this facility is to supplement and conclude the program that the Ghana Statistical Service started implementing since 2020. And the whole resource envelope was $370 million for the whole of West Africa for the harmonization of statistics. Ghana got a chunk of it, $150 million out of the total $370 million. And that was dedicated to the Ghana Statistical Service to implement a number of programs. And Mr. Speaker, the report we received from the Ghana Statistical Service indicates that during the program implementation period, because of the massive depreciation of the cedi and the high inflation rate that we experienced in this country, they could not meet the full objectives of the program. And so it has become necessary for us to extend the expiration of the program to the end of 2026 and assess this additional funding so that they will be able to conclude the program effectively. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about the importance of data. We all know that the importance of, the quality of data in decision-making is very, very important. Without data, we'll be taking decisions as a government that will not target the kind of interventions that we want to achieve. And so it is important that we support the Ghana Statistical Service to make them strong. And as has been explained, part of this amount will be used for the rebasing of our CPI and GDP so that we will have current data upon which we make informed decisions. Mr. Speaker, if you look at this facility, the interest rate is very, very, very low. The all-in cost is under 1% for the $2.9 million loan, and then about 2% for the 19 million component. And so it is a very good facility, and I want to urge all of us to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We then move to consequential resolution number 6 at page 4 of the order paper, addendum 2. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, the Deputy Minister for Finance will take the
Yes, Honorable Habib.
We don't have any problem with that.
Very well. Deputy Minister for Finance, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I rise again to move that resolution number 6 on today's order paper, addendum 2 on page 4 be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Resolution ably moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, second.
Resolution moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. This being a resolution, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. All members, the ayes have it. The resolution numbered 6 at page 4 of the order paper, addendum 2, is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
So, Speaker, I think we've done more than 5 hours, so we're in your hands.
Very well. Honourable members, having done more than 5 hours, I will proceed to adjourn the House under Standing Order 56-2. The House is accordingly adjourned till Wednesday, 22nd July 2026 at 12 noon.